Hi, I'm Andrew Rich, and if you're like me, you look at the state of modern wrestling discourse and think, wow, what a cesspool. That's why I'm here to tell you about Music of the Mat Remix. That's right, your favorite wrestling music podcast is back with a new format, where I bring on a guest and we play songs related to wrestling-themed topics. It could be a wrestling reference, a wrestling concept, a wrestling pun, things of that nature. Now you might be saying, Andrew, that is a very, very tenuous connection to pro wrestling on a wrestling podcast network. Is this just an excuse to hang out with your friends and talk about music and ignore the rest of the wrestling landscape? Yes. Yes, it is. So listen to Music of the Mat Remix on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network, available on Apple, Spotify, or your podcast player of choice.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 283, and this week I'm pleased to be joined by a returning guest. I believe, it has to be your first time since the Mega Wrestle Kingdom preview, because I haven't talked to you since I was in Japan. So it's John Bivins. Hello, John.
Hey, how's it going, John?
We're gonna get the John gif again in the channel. I forget who it was who said that every time. I have another John on, it like confuses him. I think it might have been South Dakota Jones, I think. But
okay.
But yeah, shout out to longtime listener there. But yeah, how you been doing? I haven't talked to you in, I guess, like 2.5 months or something.
Yeah, it's been going pretty good. You know, pretty much life is normal. I did have a question that I wanted to start off with, though. Because I listened to the entirety of the last Omakase episode, and you were talking about when you took a bump for the first time. So I wanted to hear what your experience was like, and what the ring was like, where it was at, and what it was like when you took a bump.
So I was like, it's a long time ago now. I was like just only like 19, and it was when this local indie in New Jersey was running basically my old high school, so the high school where I went, and I happened to basically talk my way into getting in the ring and letting one of these indie wrestlers let me try taking a bump. I think it was it was one of the guys who was in Special K in Ring of Honor. Izzy, I think his name was Insane Dragon.
Yeah, well, that sounds right.
Yeah. I think his JPW name was Insane Dragon. I believe that was the guy that I talked into this. It's not like we were friends or anything. It was just like, I was able to get in there because, it was my school or whatever. And I knew people who were involved with booking the school, that kind of thing. And I remember being like, I'd love to like try taking a bump. And they were like around, like just working out before a show. I'm sure you've seen, I don't have to tell you people do that. And he like they called out, I guess, he happened to be the one who was around, and they were like, hey, that my friend wants to take a bump. Can you let him, take a bump? And he got this look like, oh, I don't really want to do this. But he did bring me in the ring, and he showed me very quickly how to take a bump. And I did it completely wrong. Like, I think I fell down and just cracked my head on the back of the mat. And he was like, all right, get out of here, basically, kid. So I was like, okay. So basically, I got to take one bump horribly. It hurt like a bitch. And that's the beginning and end of my professional wrestling career. So.
Huh. Well, if it's any consolation, I mean, everybody's first bump, I think, is like really shitty. When I took my first one, I have like a birth defect in my left arm where like I have a fused bone from like my elbow down to my wrist. And so like I can't, it's hard to explain, but like I can't do like an underhanded like grip on things, if that makes sense, with like my left arm. And so, they teach you to like spread your arms out and basically like slap the mat. And so I just kind of, when I was taking my first bump, that's what I went to do. And I went to like slap the mat as I landed. And my arm, I found out, doesn't turn enough to be able to do it right. And so I basically just like slammed my elbow like directly down onto the mat. And I was like, oh my God, like I lost feeling in it a little bit. And the guy, I was like, how did it look? And they were like, oh yeah, you did it great. Like that was perfect. And I was like, fuck, like, is it supposed to hurt this bad? Like, are you supposed to lose feeling in your arm the first time? But then that's when I figured out like I have to bump like sort of an elbows first way with like my palms kind of up.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's been so long that I barely remember it now. But I just remember like really banging my head hard, which I assume is a mistake a lot of people make, right? If they don't land on their back enough, and they like just hit their head instead.
Yeah, the mistake that I see most often is like people being really hesitant to take it. Like, I think you just got to dive in like it's a cold pool and just like go all the way and just throw yourself down into it.
I assume I probably, I mean, he barely showed me what the fuck to do. So I basically just fell backwards and like, instead of taking it on my shoulders and my back, I think I just took it on my head. So, I mean, which is probably not ideal, not what you're trying to do, I don't think. But
yeah, it helps a lot for me because I've got like a lot of hair, like I've got really thick hair. And so my hair's in a bun most of the time. So even if from time to time, like I was to forget to like tuck my head all the way, I at least have like some form of like a cushion or like a pad to kind of protect me a little bit.
Yeah, so. I just remember my head hurt that entire night. So I must have really fucking banged it. Like I remember it hurt when I was actually watching the show. It hurt when I went to bed. I don't think it fucking stopped hurting until like 2 or 3 days later, probably. But yeah, it was, that definitely made me be like, you know what, I don't want to do become a professional wrestler. So,
yeah,
I scared myself straight with that one bump, but it did let me make the joke that you and I, unlike whoever the fuck I was talking to last week, who was the guest last week,
Aramutha.
Thank you. It was Aramutha, really? God, that guy's really always on. Okay, no, like let me make the joke to Aramutha that like, John and I, the two Johns, have both taken a bump, which is more than you can say, pal. He had no retort for that, as you heard. So,
well, if we're playing the bump Olympics here, I have taken a bump on concrete before. So
that's true. You have me beat. You have me beat in quantity and style and many different kinds too. But I at least have. I'm sure I have the vast majority. The one bump I took, I'm sure is one more than almost everybody listening, unless like Granakum is listening or something. Because I know he's around on the Discord. He has me beat too, obviously, but the vast majority of listeners do not have the one bump. Also, the Brazilian guy who was on the preview episode, whose name I'll not forget. Yuri, thank you. You remember my guest better than I do. Jesus, Yuri was on the preview too, and he also has taken more bumps than me. So it's like Yuri, you, and then who? I mean, maybe fucking Will Ospreay listens for all I know. Who the fuck knows? He also has taken more bumps than me. I mean, there's no way of knowing who's listening to these things. As I found out that I remember I talked to. I mean, this is a long time ago now. I'm not really, revealing anything, but because I think he said it on the air. But when Kevin Kelly did Omakase many years ago now. I mean, he told me that people in the New Japan locker room had listened to the show and like heard my review and gotten mad about it, which I thought was so fucking funny because in
Oh
my
my
head, I'm
God.
just like, well, in my head, I'm like, no, I said this before. Nobody listens to the show in my head. It's like 3 people probably listen to the show in my head. So like picturing like actual human beings who are like in New Japan listening to this show and being like, this fucking asshole John with their fucking review of me is just incredibly off-putting to me to even think about. But I'm trying to think, am I going to bury anybody on this show? I guess if you're a member of Ober Eats, I wouldn't recommend listening. they were fucking dog shit. We're going to talk about that. But yeah, what else? What has been going on with you in the last couple months? Anything major?
No, nothing too major. So my two talking points for the day was I was going to ask you what the weather was like in New York.
It's cold as fuck. It finally got a little teensy bit warmer, but it's been like fucking freezing.
So you know how like when people will ask you questions because like they don't really care what your response is, they just want to say like what their answer is.
Yeah. Because you guys got insane weather for the South, right? Like you were getting snowed and everything.
Oh yeah, well that was a couple weeks ago, and it was like it didn't get that bad where I live. But today it was 70 degrees and sunny with like a slight breeze. It was the best day. So
I'm very jealous. It's like we're at the point now where like high 30s feels warm with how fucking cold this winter has been in New York.
I went out for like a run earlier, and I was like, God, I have to just throw this in John's face. Like I have to let him know how nice this weather was today. Like it was so good.
I mean, I didn't go outside today or anything, so whatever. But I just was in. I've been like really into like studying Japanese again. I got like the bug again. This kind of goes off and on for me, where sometimes I'll do like the bare minimum, and then sometimes I'll just be like studying for 6 hours a day. And lately, because I guess first of all I didn't do anything this weekend on the 3-day weekend, I got like really into studying again. So like I've been studying like 6 hours a day again. So it's really all I've been doing. But yeah, I've been using this site called BoonPro, which have you ever tried to learn Japanese at all?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I figured. I mean, it's incredibly difficult and a stupid thing to do. So I don't know why. This is like probably the worst possible time to ever learn how to learn another language, especially Japanese, because there's like no career path for it now. The AI is a thing. I mean, the AI is incredibly like the translators will tell you like they're going to be out of jobs probably because the AI, is already pretty decent at it and it's only getting better at it. But yeah, I mean, that's just, a horrible fact of, I mean, there are a lot of people are going to be out of jobs probably if this fucking AI bullshit keeps going. But right. But yeah, so there's really not a career path in it, especially for me at my age. It's really just, for the love of the game, I guess, or for like, really wanting to know this language. And it's like one of the absolute hardest languages for an English speaker to learn, like statistically, like as far as how far away it is from English. So yeah, I go through like these periods where I study it really intensely and then I just kind of like drop off of it again. And then I start studying it intensely again. And I've been using this site called BoonPro, which is sort of like an SRS, like a spaced repetition system for grammar. Because I feel like my vocab is actually really good now. Like I actually know a lot of Japanese words and I can even read a lot of kanji. I feel like I've never had a good grammar base though. So I really need to learn more about the grammar. And that's sort of what I've been trying to do lately. So I can actually, my goal is obviously to be able to understand more of like Japanese wrestler promos and stuff. And there's like a lot of promos where I'm like, okay, I get it. And then all of a sudden nothing. And like once it's really frustrating too, because like if you follow things along really well for a little bit, but then like you just go to static for a while, it's really hard to get it back, like it's hard to get the thread back and like pick back up. So, I'm hoping that the more grammar I start to pick up with the vocab I already know, it'll all start to come together a little more for me. But yeah, it's just really, really difficult. So, but I've been, like I said, I've been having the motivation lately. So I've been doing a lot of like 6-hour steady days and I'll probably burn out again at some point. It's kind of the pattern for me, but very difficult language to learn. I found out that nani can mean penis today. So there you go. That was my big. That was my big. Because Boom Pro will give you because they do grammar and vocab, and they are not afraid to give you really weird colloquial like slang terms too with the vocab. So you get to nani, which is obviously a very basic Japanese word. I'm sure a lot of people know what it means. It means what. But then one of them will be like sometimes slang for penis, usually written in katakana, and it's like what? Like why is sometimes penis just what? But I guess people sometimes will call it their like a penis in English like that thing or something. Maybe it's sort of like that.
Yeah.
It's what I imagine, like the same energy, but it's just like, yeah, the kind of stuff you learn. It's like, oh, apparently nani can mean penis. It's like the more you know.
The more you know. Wow.
Yeah. That was my big big Japanese lesson for the day. Which I was like, okay. But yeah, it's been other than that, like I said, just kinda that's really all I've been up to, I guess, is studying Japanese and watching alpine skiing. That's about all I've been doing. But,
okay. How's the US doing?
And they're not good at alpine skiing. They I think that one guy did the one guy finish like second in the Breezy Johnson won the downhill gold, and there was some other dude who won the silver in either Super G or Giant Slalom. I can't remember which one. But the one who gets all the hype, Michaela Schifrin, she did not win anything in Giant Slalom. And she also fell down in the team combined, which was embarrassing for her because her partner, the aforementioned Breezy Johnson, got first place. Oh, actually, I don't think she got the gold in women's downhill. I think she got the silver, the bronze. She was in first place after the women's downhill run of the team combined, and then Michaela Schifrin came out and fell down, so they got nothing on the actual slalom one. So, but I'm not much of a patriotic American, so that just kind of amused me. It's like,
yeah. There's a great transition in there somewhere about women falling down in the TJPW show, I think.
Really? You didn't like that show?
I mean, it had its moments. I thought it was decent wrestling, but like sloppy wrestling.
There was some really good stuff, but the main event was not good, as I guess we'll get to.
Yeah, well, there was that one spot with Mizuki where like she just kind of ran up Kamifuku and they both just like fell down, which was so weird because like Mizuki is like really consistent. And so to see her have like a spot that was just like a total miss was weird.
Yeah. But don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Was there anything you wanted to... I thought you were going to come armed with like Japan questions for me, because last time you were all like excited. You said you were like living vicariously through my Japan trip and the countdown and everything.
Yeah. Well, how many days is it until you go back?
So it's 16 weeks from Wednesday. So 16 weeks and 2 days.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it'll be here before you know it.
Yeah, it feels really far away right now. But then again, every time I say stuff like that, I just picture listeners like pulling out the world's tiniest violin and like angrily playing it. But it does feel really far away to me right now. I can't help it. Part of the problem too is because I have another trip in between, because I'm going to Vegas in 10 weeks for my birthday. And as I was just telling my partner Nicole last night, I'm like, I don't even want to go to Vegas. Like I'd rather just be going to Japan again in 10 weeks. I'm like, but I'm kind of just doing this to, well, I don't think he really listens, but to make Quinlan happy, basically, because he really wanted to go to Vegas with me. And when I was going more often, he was broke because he was out of a job at the time. And we were supposed to go last fall, and I kind of blew it off to go to Japan again. So I was like, okay, I should probably go with him finally. But I don't know. I mean, I think I've talked about this before. So I used to be a way bigger gambler, for better or worse, mostly for worse. And I think two of the prescriptions I'm on now, I think actually did curtail my gambling, which is kind of funny because they both have like this known effect on people who gamble a lot. I mean, I wouldn't call myself a compulsive gambler, but I was definitely gambling like way more than I do now. But yeah, the ADHD medication I take and the Zepbound, both apparently have been like found to reduce people's urges to gamble. And I think so. One of the two or both have me be like have me being like Vegas, whatever. Can't just go to Japan twice in 6 weeks. But
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm going to do. Sorry.
You're not. So you don't. It's probably good you're not on like Prize Picks or like the influx of like American like gambling apps that are out there right now.
No, I was doing a little bit of it at one point. I don't think, like I said, I never got out of control or anything. And I was using a guy's model, and I was actually doing pretty good at hockey. But then he stopped. The guy stopped publishing his model in The Athletic. So I went looking for other models, and none of the other models worked as well. And I started losing money, and I was like, yeah, fuck this. So I kind of quit them cold turkey, and have never really. I deleted them off my phone. I've never opened them again. So,
Okay. It's funny that it's funny this comes up because today I actually made like a little bet on like Prize Picks or whatever because they did the little like $5 bonus gimmick or whatever, so you can just like bet $5 and you're not going to lose anything. But I actually did fairly well during like the college football season last year. Yeah, like my secret was I only bet on stuff that I felt really confident about. Because there was one day I woke up and it was raining outside, and I went to the gym and I was like, oh, I'll get on Prize Picks and like see what's going on or whatever. And I saw where Kennesaw State, which is like a college, like a small college, like north of Atlanta, they were playing in like the conference championship or whatever that day. And I was like, wait a second, it's raining outside. They're not going to throw the ball because it's raining. Like you don't throw the ball when it's raining. And so I got on Prize Picks and I took like all the unders on like passing yards and all that. And I won like $75 or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. Gambling is
that's it's fun and profitable, kids. Do it today. No, I don't know. I don't even know what Prize Picks is, honestly. So is that like an actual game? That's like a gambling app or like a free to play app? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's like a gambling app. Yeah, I mean, it just lets you take it like just basic bets and shit on like over unders on.
I was using yards. I was using like DraftKings. So, but yeah, I got rid of it, and I'm just every time I like want to actually make like one future bet a year or something, I just go on the website because it's like if it's not on my app on my phone, if I want to put like $20 in the Blue Jays to win the World Series this year or something, which is the kind of thing I might do. I just rather go on the web and do it instead of like having it on my phone and just like knowing I can always bet on your phone at all times. Just seems like a dumb idea to me to have that on my phone, but maybe I can handle it now anyway because like I said, these drugs seem to be reducing my urges to gamble. So, but anyway,
it's fun. You can also bet like it's so dystopian now. You can bet on like cultural events and things like that too. Because I have
because of those fucking prediction markets shit are doing that shit too. Like you can bet on whether or not Jesus is going to come back this year or something.
Oh, nice. I haven't seen that. I did put down like $5 that it was some song by Queen. No, it was Bohemian Rhapsody. There was a bet that you could take on Prize Picks of like if Bohemian Rhapsody would reach 1 billion streams by the end of 2025. And I think it just barely made it over. So I lost like $5 on that. But
so you bet that it wouldn't?
Yeah, right. Because I bet on like the first or second week of December, and it was like 30 million streams shy of that. And I was like, oh, there's no way someone will like it'll stream 30 million times on Spotify before the end of the year. But no, like over 1 million people every day stream Bohemian Rhapsody on Spotify. So it was a foolish bet.
They saw a silhouette in a window. So there you go. It said you're going to lose money. No, those like the prediction markets are getting weird because I saw something like one of those stupid things. I think Kaishi is what it's called or something. Which they play these ads nonstop. Which when I'm watching like hockey or whatever. But yeah, they have a market about whether or not Jesus will come back in 2026, and people were freaking out because it got above like 5% or something by the implied odds. And like, oh man, here we go. Somebody knows something. Which, first of all, how the fuck could someone know? Like, what? He's up there being like, just so you know, I'm going to come back. So it's a real money making opportunity. Like that, I doubt it. But what it actually turned out was people were manipulating this market because there was a second market that said, what will the odds of Jesus coming back market be? Will it be over 5%? So people who are betting yes on that were trying to manipulate the other market to try to make money. And it's like, okay, so it's all one big fucking scam, basically, like everything else on the internet these days. But yeah, just the idea that somebody had inside info about Jesus' return was so funny to me. It's like, I doubt it. Even if that's a thing, I don't think there's not a Jesus insider here. Who's got the smart money on this bet. It's not a thing, guys. But yeah, there you go. That's what we've been up to, I guess. You've been gambling, I haven't been gambling, and studying Japanese and waiting for Jesus' inevitable return. Let's get to the pro wrestling. First of all, New Japan Pro Wrestling Road. Oh no, this is Road New Beginning. Way to open the wrong result, John. Good start. The New Beginning in Osaka, Wednesday, February 11th, from the Ideon Arena, Osaka. New Japan's big annual February show. That is the first thing we're going to talk about here. So this was overall, I thought, a pretty good show. It also had some stuff that I wouldn't call great, which we'll get to. And it had weird vibes. It was a weird vibe show with all the departures. There was one of them especially was very sad. And then there was another one too that was like, oh, really? He's leaving? With Finley, obviously. So, the vibes on this show weren't great. The wrestling was mostly really good. I mean, there was some really good stuff on this show. There was some stuff I seem to have liked a lot more than consensus. So we'll get into all that. And it was another good attendance number for them. I mean, they did 5,507 for the show, which was actually up 5 whole people from the Goto Zach show last year. I mean, this is basically a sellout. Not even basically. I think they did say they could not sell any more tickets before the show even started. So, it was a good number. Some good wrestling, but definitely the continuation of people leaving Japan because Japan doesn't have any money, which is always kind of depressing as a Japanese wrestling fan, obviously. The kickoff match, I did not see it, so I guess if you saw it, you can quickly give thoughts. I came in midway, basically. But yeah, it was Togi Makabe and Toriano beating Katsuya Murashima and Shoma Kato in 8:17. Makabe pinning Murashima with the King Kong knee drop. Of course, this is Murashima's last match where he heads over to WXW for his excursion. Kato is also leaving soon, but he's sticking around for the Fantastica Mania tour before he goes on excursion to Mexico. But yeah, both these guys are going to be gone now for a little bit. We'll see how long their excursions end up being. But New Japan should have a few more new young wrestlers soon, which is good because they really need it. I mean, I would tell them to rush these excursions if anything, because they definitely have a more depleted roster than ever. But what did you think of this kickoff match, presumably, if you saw it?
I saw it. Not too much to it, except for Makabe worked fairly hard by Makabe standards. I think I counted 5 bumps or something that he took in the match. So yeah, I mean that's more than he normally takes. So
5, it's 4 more than I've taken in my whole life.
Yeah. Yeah, and he pulled out the King Kong knee drop for the finish on Murashima. So I mean, it doesn't really mean much. It's probably not going to mean anything for when Murashima comes back. But for him to get Makabe motivated enough to go to the top rope, it was meant a little something, I guess.
The main show opens with a very emotional video package for Hiromu's goodbye, which that left me feeling very sad. I've always been a huge fan of his. I mean, he's one of my favorite wrestlers. I have multiple cats right in front of me right now, Daryl's and stuff. And just the idea that, especially that all the rumors seem to be saying he's going to WWE, which, basically is retirement for Meg. I'm not going to watch him there. And I just don't see any universe where he's anything besides, another Tozawa over there, which is they're going to really lean into his wackiness probably. And, so very depressing. It was very cute that he did the voiceover for the match introduction at the end of the graphic at the end of the video package, which made me wonder if that was just something he always wanted to do. And he was like, my last night, I might as well do it now. I thought that was cute. But yeah, it hit me hard. I mean, it hit me even harder than it had in previous days watching this video package. It was very just like, they went like through his whole history and everything. And it was just very sad. Jay came out here still wearing Hiromu's jacket that he stole back at the Korakuen. And I seem to like the match was Hiromu Takahashi and Taiji Ishimori beating Francesco Akira and Jacob Austin Young. Ishimori beating JAY in 940 with the bone lock. I just thought like seeing Hiromu and Ishimori do double team spots together was pretty neat. After they were rivals for so long in the junior division. I mean, I think it really felt like, this could have been a really fun junior tag team, and they could have had a fun junior tag title reign if Hiromu wasn't retiring. So that was like very bittersweet. And I liked this match more than almost anybody else. I was really into it. I was really enjoying it. I guess the novelty of the two of them as a team really carried it for me. I was like 3 3/4 on this when I really didn't see anybody else that high. So, but yeah, just, I really enjoyed it, and it was very sad the same time. So it was kind of the start of the theme of the show where the wrestling was good, but the vibes were bad.
Yeah, the post-match angle was a little bit funny too. I mean, yeah, I really liked the match as well, but it also didn't feel very ceremonial, I guess, for Takahashi. Like it felt very, get in, get out. And then Robbie X, of all people, coming out to make the save for Hiromu was just funny.
So Hiromu was, after the match, he was saying matane, which, is see you later, basically. So he's been very clear that he thinks he's going to come back at some point, which is, I guess, nice, but, you never really know with these things. He took 2 chairs out from under the ring when Hiromu was doing the speech, and Akira took 2 chairs out from under the ring after he attacked him. He tried to Pillmanize his neck, but Robbie X ran out and made the save for him, and Hiromu was able to give Akira, the Hiromu-chan bomber, he got his jacket back. And I guess I'm just not used to Ishimori and Robbie as baby faces at all, because the whole time I'm like sitting there like, are they going to turn on this guy on his last night and like fucking beat him down? And it never happened. So I just have to get used to 2 of them as baby faces. But yeah, just look at this like, these 2 Bullet Club guys, look out, Hiromu. But no, they didn't actually turn on him. So. Matt, did you have the same thought, or was that just me?
I didn't really think X was going to turn on him. I was more just like, that's really funny that one of pretty much the premier junior heavyweight of like the last 10 years is getting saved by Robbie X of all people. Not that I don't like Robbie X. It's just like he has nothing to do with Hiromu. So.
Match number 2, Shingo Takagi and Drilla Maloney defeating Hinare and Great Okan. Drilla beat Hinare in 924 with the War Dragon, that double team move they do. I guess it's like the double team fucking made in Japan, right? Is that basically what it is, I think? But yeah, it was a good match. I was just a bit distracted being sad by Hiromu. I didn't really take any notes or anything, so I guess that's probably why. But yeah, I went like 3.5 on it. It was good. Maybe you have bigger thoughts on this.
No, I just thought it was really solid. I also wonder like what Hinare is doing these days, because it's not like he was really big before, but like he's leaned down a lot. Like he looks in incredible shape.
Yeah. I mean, he looks like a guy who wants to improve his cardio more than he's worried about his his look per se. I mean, he still looks great, but he doesn't look nearly as big anymore, which is why when he had that free agent thing in his bio, I'm like, it's weird to go in that direction if you're like trying to get signed in America. But he did take the free agent thing out of his bio, his Twitter bio, so maybe that's it and he's re-signed with New Japan. But yeah, I mean, I don't think he said anything of either way officially, but it's just noticeable. He had it in his bio, then it disappeared from his bio. Drilla, though, did announce that he's re-signed with New Japan. He kind of teased that he was also going to leave, and then he just said, "I'm staying here," and the crowd went crazy for that. I'm like, this is where we're at, where a guy saying he re-signed is like, oh, thank God. But it was a pretty good Japanese promo, even though he had He sounded like a Sean Connery pretending to be a Japanese fisherman, and You Only Live Twice. But it was very like the accent. Like there's something about a British accent doing Japanese in particular. When they're like, I'm not like Drilla. If he happens to hear this somehow, buddy, I'm not making fun of you really, because it's like my Japanese is probably even worse than yours. I remember before I was doing it, like I was just repeating what the voice on Boom Pro said, and Nicole was like, you're not really matching her at all. And I was like, yeah, thanks, sweetheart. Thank you for reminding me that I can't say this fucking language. But yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult language, so I get it. But there's just something very funny about the British accent doing it in particular. So I don't know why. Maybe it's literally just because it reminds me of Sean Connery in that movie. But match number 3, the never open weight 6-man tag team titles. Goto, Yoshihashi, and Bolton Oleg retained the titles. They beat the TMDK team of Zack, Oiwa, and Hartley Jackson. It's Yoshihashi beating Hartley in 12-20 with the Daimeen. Speaking of not being able to pronounce the language. This match was fucking awesome. I mean, this is like their Korakuen match ruled, and this one ruled for pretty much the exact same reason. You got all like these two trios have like all the best parts of Puro in them. You get the big boy crashing, you get the traditional Puro striking and suplexes, and then you get Zack like torturing Yoshihashi's arms again. I mean, just so much stuff packed into these 12 and a half minutes. I liked it even more than the Korakuen match. I went 4 stars flat on that one. This one I was like 4.25. Because I just thought it was like this insane like heavyweight spot fest with guys running around like they're juniors, but they're mostly huge men. So, and yeah, I guess the Daimeen is like a triple team bomb splash thing is what that move is that they've been doing lately, and that's what they got the pin here with. So yeah, 4.25, awesome fucking match.
Yeah, it's if you had told me at the beginning of last year that the never open weight 6-man tag titles and the heavyweight tag titles were like the hottest 2 belts in New Japan in 2026, I wouldn't have believed you. I don't think anyone would have believed you, but it's kind of the reality that we're living in right now.
Yeah, it is wild. Like the tag division, the heavyweight tag division in New Japan is actually good, which is like bleeding down to the 6-man division too. Just because I mean, these are basically just two tag teams with a third partner. You have Bishamon and also Zack and Oiwa, who just won World Tag League. So, and they could be getting another tag title shot soon if you look at the New Japan Cup brackets. Match number 4. This I thought was pretty disappointing. Andrade El Idolo defeated Gabe Kidd in 14-20 with The Message, which is like that spinning DDT thing he did. Gabe was very notably just wearing plain black trunks and knee pads, no visible line mark or any of the logo for that matter. Which apparently that was like his way of throwing back to his initial gear or something. I think he mentioned that backstage. But yeah, it was notable given all the people departing. He also still did the dog barking, which that just felt really archaic now because there is no more war dogs, and it was kind of because it also just kind of sad because he used to get the whole crowd to do it, especially in Osaka, and here they're like woof woof, like there were like a few barks. There's not that many barks. Andrade, I thought, did some nice flying. He was definitely the standout in this match. Just Gabe just kind of felt like he was going through the motions. And he just didn't really, I don't know, he just didn't really have a lot of fire here. It just kind of felt like it dragged a little bit, even in 14 and a half minutes. And then Andrade just kind of pinned him in what felt like out of nowhere. But yeah, I thought it peaked early. It was pretty good, like 3.25. And Andrade was impressive, but Gabe just didn't do a whole lot in here especially after the first part of the match for me. And it did feel like a guy like being like, all right, I got to lose this match. And then I'm out for a while at least, which appears to be what's happening. So, because he said in his post-match promo that he's going to, he needs to take care of Darby Allin. So, it sounds like he's going to AEW at least for the time being, and he may be back after that based on, buzz that's out there. I can't remember what parts of it are public and which parts of it are behind paywalls and stuff. But yes, it sounds like Gabe is going to be back at some point. Like, it sounds like we're probably a dual contract thing. But it sounds like he's going to be in AEW. I would assume him and Darby is some kind of match at Revolution, which is coming up, I guess, next month. And then, because he's not in the New Japan Cup, as we'll get to when we get to those brackets. So maybe he'll be back after Sakura Genesis or for Sakura Genesis. I don't know. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think Andrade has always been extremely charismatic, and I don't think he's always gotten the chance to showcase how good he is in ring. But I feel like everything's just clicking for him right now. I think the vitamins that he's on are definitely working, and he looks like $1 million, and his charisma and his in-ring presence are really connecting right now. I actually kind of really like this match. I think Gabe Kidd is fantastic, like in ring. It's just a matter of getting his character and everything sort of in sorts. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to get invested in him when it doesn't seem like he's going to be sticking around for much longer. But I thought Andrade looked great, and I think the match with Suji will be really good.
Then we had Callum Newman defeating David Finlay in 1353 with the Prince's Curse. So Callum had a new heel theme song. I thought it was pretty good. One of the songs I think will grow on me more too. But yeah, it was like "Make Way for the Prince," right? Was that was like the thing in the theme song over and over again, I think. But
my friend called me right at the moment that Callum was coming out, so I
But yeah, I mean, it's funny because I was just thinking about that. I mean, I brought this up a few times. Like the Japanese promotions being so much better at doing theme songs than the American promotions now is so funny to me. Because they just debuted a new theme song for God, what the fuck? Why am I Clark Connors, who just signed at AEW. Like they did in house for him, and it's pretty fucking horrible. And it's not like I thought his New Japan themes were that great, but like they were a lot better than that fucking shit that they gave him. So I don't know why they're so like Muggy Ruckus is horrible, and whoever the fuck is doing the WWE themes is horrible because they're really bad at this now. But yeah, so David Finlay and Callum Newman, they charged right at each other at the opening bell, spilled out to the floor for a big brawl, and this just felt like super intense throughout. And there was a great moment too where Finlay, he was beating Callum's ass, and Zane J like mouths off to him. He just stops and like calmly kicks his ass too. Which I thought was such a cool moment. It's just like, you know what, fuck you, kid. But yeah, there was just a really, really cool reversal sequence towards the end. And then Callum, at that point, he hits Finlay with his own overkill, and then he stomps him into the mat. But then he pulls him up at 2. And it's like, okay, well, this is like, is this going to come back to bite him? And Finley's flipping him off, but Callum just hits this huge standing lariat, then hits the Prince's Curse, and then pins him emphatically. So it's really tough to put anybody over stronger than he did. So good on Finlay for doing that for Callum, presumably on his way out the door. It seems like he's leaving. He has a very weird match booked for New Beginning in Trenton, as we'll get to. But that might be his last date. I mean, his dad was tweeting something like, what's next for you, son? So it sounds like he's leaving. But he went out with an awesome match. I was 4.25 on this. I loved how intense it was. And yeah, I mean, just Finlay, I wish it didn't take some fucking people so goddamn long to acknowledge how great this guy got, because he should have got his flowers from a lot of people way sooner than he did. And he was a fantastic wrestler in New Japan the last 2 years, especially. So, really, really great stuff from him. And I'm really going to miss him. And I just, whichever one he goes to in America, I do not think they're going to use him very well. So that's the other thing that makes it kind of sad, but hope for the best for him, but because I really like the guy.
Well, the only thing about Finlay is, to me, I don't think he ever really got there on promos. Like in ring, absolutely. He delivers.
I don't know. I liked some of his promos by the end. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was like a great promo or anything, but I think some of his promos are pretty good.
I mean, I haven't heard a lot of the recent stuff, but as far as a year ago,
he was really funny with Hiromu. He was really fun, which got him. I mean, it's a good point too, because even when he was doing some great wrestling, to a degree, he hadn't gotten himself over with the crowds. That had changed this year. where
Yeah.
this year the crowd's warming up to him, and they were reacting to his matches more on average. And I know like a lot of the New Japan hardcores, like Japanese hardcores I follow on Twitter, really liked him, especially like the Tsuji match from last year's Wrestle Kingdom was like a turning point with some of them I followed. They seemed to like be really into him after that match, which I understand because the match was amazing. But then that tag team with Hiromu that they did towards the end of last year in World Tag League, that got him more over than he's ever been, which is very sad that he's leaving before he can even like do anything with that level of overness, because he's way more over now he's ever been in his entire career, because that tag team with Hiromu got so over and people were so into that as like this kind of half comedic like odd couple thing. So
yeah, Finley's great. Wish him the best.
Do you have anything thoughts on the match itself? Sorry, I feel like I kind of like ran over you there. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're all good. It was just extremely solid. Finley's power just always amazes me. I think going back to like the moment I realized he's really strong was that match against Brody King at the Dome on January 5th last year, where he did like that sort of like the Chris Hero spot where it's like a suplex, but like you don't take a bump, like you just throw the guy. And he did that to someone that was like significantly taller and outweighed him by like almost 100 pounds, probably. I was like, God, this guy is something else. But I mean, he's been really good for a couple of years. I mean, I think even going back to the G1 match against Ospreay, maybe 2022, 23, somewhere in there. Like I thought he was really good back then. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to see the rest of the wrestling world kind of catching up with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's I'm really gonna miss him, like I said. And I just really, I hope I'm wrong and I hope he has a great success. But yeah, it's, I hope he has a lot more success than I'm expecting in America, but what are you going to do? After the match, Callum tried to get Gato to kiss this throne tattoo on his arm, which he also forced Finley to kiss after he beat him, but Gato declined. Just good. I hope they don't put Gato with him, because it's like, let's have one guy Asian heel that's not just like Gato managing. But yeah, Finley got up. He bowed to the crowd. He looked very emotional. He hugged Gato. He said sorry to Hiromu at ringside. And then the funniest moment was when so usually when you lose, you're not supposed to go up the ramp. You're supposed to like go down the other aisle, like, because you don't get, only the winner gets to go up the ramp. But he just looks at the ring line and goes, I'm going that way. I'm the rebel. Just thought it was fucking funny. So yeah, he went up the ramp instead of to the back. But yeah, it was a nice little goodbye for him. But yeah, Tanahashi came out afterwards and announced, this was the one bit of big good news for New Japan. He announced that after the big success that New Japan apparently had at Wrestle Kingdom on the network TVSI in prime time, which apparently it was a legitimate success. It did really good numbers from what I heard. They're going to be airing Dominion on network television. So at least a portion of Dominion will also air on network TV on TVSI during a normal time slot, not the middle of the night bullshit. I think Wrestle Kingdom, if I remember correctly, started like 10 o'clock, which is still not, the best time slot ever, but it's a lot better than like 3 a.m., So I assume it'll be something similar for Dominion which again, I feel like people sometimes don't understand the way the Japanese TV works. So I'll quickly try to give people a refresher in case it confuses you. Because I've seen people be like, in the lead up to Wrestle Kingdom, people got confused and they were like, well, look, all of Wrestle Kingdom is airing live on Asahi. So every New Japan show, every major New Japan show, for sure, so your Wrestle Kingdoms, your Dominions, your Sakura Genesises, etc., they all air on what's called TV Asahi Channel 2, which is a satellite network you have to pay for and subscribe to. So it does not have that many subscribers. It's just, you only have this network if you specifically choose to pay for it, like a premium network, like think of like an HBO or something like that. Like you have to pay for this network separately. It's not included in like a package or whatever. I think there actually might be some packages that include it, but not a lot of Japanese people, from what I understand, actually pay for TV. So at all, let alone get like more than a few channels. And if you go, unlike in America where you'll go to like go somewhere like a hotel and it'll have a bunch of cable networks for you. If you go to hotels in Japan, you want to have any paid satellite networks on there generally, even like really nice hotels. Like I've stayed at like, 5-star hotels, and they still don't have anything besides free broadcast TV and the free tier of satellite networks. The free tier of satellite networks, New Japan also airs a weekly show on what's called BSSIE, which is, again, the free network. It's like, I think, a 1-hour recap show. I think this does air in prime time, but it's a network that, even though it's free, it's not a network that a lot of people watch, apparently. It's mostly used for like repeats and stuff. So again, it's good that they have the network. Good they have that exposure. I'm sure people stumble on it through that, but it's not like a widely watched network. The one that people actually watch, the one that a lot of people watch, is the free broadcast TV channel, the TBSIE channel, which is available on terrestrial television nationwide. The satellite network is also available in a lot of places now, the free satellite one, because the TVs have built-in receivers. But like when you go, you have to really go out of your way to watch it, because when you turn on the TV at a hotel or whatever, you have to like hit a button to specifically go to the BS channels, which I know is a funny acronym, but that's what they're called. Like, I think it's just broadcast satellite. So you have to like specifically want to go to those channels. I'm guessing a lot of people just don't do that. So the default channel, the broadcast channel, the ones that you turn when you turn on the TV, that's what it'll take you to. That's the one New Japan only airs on the middle of the night. That's the one typically, like I think it's a half-hour weekly show, which is World Pro Wrestling. The BSSIE one I think is called World Pro Wrestling Returns, which someone can correct me if I'm wrong there. I think that's the case. But yeah, that, and which I think was also the one that the God, I'm really in the weeds here. The Access TV show, the English show, was based on. I think it was based on World Pro Wrestling Returns. But yeah, so the broadcast network, the one they only air in the middle of the night abnormally, that was the one where they got the, I believe, 90-minute time slot to air Wrestle Kingdom this year, which, in a normal time, which had the first year that happened in a long fucking time. And now they're also going to air that for Dominion. So there you go. It's a big deal. It's great for their exposure. They're on a network people actually watch, for their big shows. And we'll see if it continues. If Dominion does well, maybe they do it for the G1 final. I think it's a lock. They probably do it for Wrestle Kingdom next year, even if Dominion doesn't do well, just because, they're going to be like, oh, well, we can try again for Wrestle Kingdom, that kind of thing. But yeah, it is cool that they do have this time slot, and I rambled about enough. So let's go to the next match. Never open weight title. Ren Narita defeats Aaron Wolf in 2 minutes and 8 seconds with the Hell's Guillotine. So Wolf got jumped in the aisle by the entire house during his entrance. They throw him in the ring. Narita tells Marty Asami to ring the bell, and he's just like, okay, sure. What? Like, why? I wanted to be like, Marty, you just watch some ball. Like, you should at least argue. Even if you're going to ring the bell, you should at least, because obviously you're going to ring the bell, you should at least admonish him or fucking tell his friends to get lost. Like, yell at him or do something. He just shrugs and is like, yeah, okay, ding, ding, ding. I'm like, what? It's like very weird that he just fucking rang the bell immediately without any words of any, any negative words towards the fucking heels who just fucking attacked this man. So yeah, that was stupid, but also funny. I do appreciate stupid things more when they're funny. But yeah, Wolf came back on Narita. Then the ref got bumped while he was giving him Olympic Slam, and the house came in and all beat him up some more. And he threw them all around some more, which the crowd did react huge to that still. So they still loved watching Aaron Wolf throw these house members around. But then he gets low blow by Narita from behind. Narita hit the double cross, the X Factor. Wolf kicked out. And then Togo choked Wolf with the Spoilers Choker. And then Narita hit the Hell's Guillotine with the pin. I guess it's positive. If you want to look at it in a positive way, there was only... I feel like a lot of people complain when house matches go long and then have a bunch of bullshit at the end. You can't make that complaint for this one. They got it out of the way quick. It was 2 minutes and 8 seconds. So, all those people should be happy. But yeah, it's a dud. I mean, just barely a match. Really more of an angle than a match. I'm not like upset about it or anything, I guess. It's not... I know a lot of people are really mad. I never thought there was any chance they were going to get rid of the house, especially not immediately. I mean, Wolf is promising to beat them all and send them packing, which we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. Did you have any strong feelings about that? I feel like every podcast has yelled about this. So I'm just like, I don't really have any strong feelings about it. It's just kind of like, yep, the house is still here.
I mean, have strong feelings within reason, but I'm not angry about it, if that makes sense. Like, I think it was the wrong decision. Ironically, I think it plays into what we'll talk about with Noah later, with one of the finishes that they did that was just really shitty with the Team 2000X. I
I
think
find way more annoying in the house. Way more annoying.
yeah, well, they're not as big as stars as the house, to me, anyways. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I understand why they did it. Like, everything makes sense, but I think at the end of the day, it was a bad look for Wolf. And I think if you wanted to do that, I think you should have had Wolf fighting back the entire time and thwarting everything that they were doing. And they keep trying and they keep trying. And finally, somebody hits the kill shot where, okay, we're beating this guy, but it's not a clean win. As opposed to, this would suggest them killing him before the bell and then sort of a mercy killing in the ring. I don't think Wolf is dead on arrival yet, but he hasn't showed a lot of charisma or presence so far. And I think that them beating him like this is not a good thing this early on.
Now, okay, what I will say, and this is the argument I made on the Discord to people who were saying he shouldn't have lost here and he should have just ran through everybody. If you have this guy run through everybody, which first of all, I don't even agree that he should, because I agree that he has not looked very impressive on these Road 2 shows so far. It's honestly made me appreciate what Evil did the Wrestle Kingdom even more than I did at the time, because I mean, it really looks like Evil carried this guy in hindsight now. Not that it's not a death blow for Wolf that he doesn't look impressive a month into his career, but he hasn't looked very impressive. What I will say is, if you wanted to, like, I can see the argument to a degree that you just push through this guy anyway. But the problem with that is like, if you give him the Goldberg push in 1998, the New Japan roster right now is fucking tiny. They have lost a lot of people. They have not replaced them with a lot of people. Like, this is a small roster. So this is not WCW in 1998 where they have like 100 guys to fucking feed to Goldberg. Like, there's not a lot of people to feed. If you have Wolf run through this roster, he'd be done in 4 months. I mean, there's just not enough guys here for him to run through. So, you got to take your time with it. You got to have him, get tripped up by the house. And I bet, I saw a lot of people complaining about the amount of time it took to beat him. I bet they thought they were like pulling the Band-Aid off really quickly and, having him just eat a bunch of shit and just get pinned. And they thought that would maybe not make him look like, as much of a geek as if he, they do a longer match and he loses. I can sort of see the argument. I don't know if it really worked that way, though. I think it kind of did make him look like a dork to lose this quickly. But, we'll see. I don't think he's ready for like a big spot right now. But I would like to, on the other hand, I'd like to see him wrestle somebody besides the house. So hopefully we'll see that New Japan Cup, depending on what happens in the first round. But yeah, it is what it is. It's kind of how I feel right now. I don't think he's ready to be like a top star in the company. And I see what they were going for here, taking the Never belt off him and putting it on Narita. And obviously they want to make the Narita look strong now that he's the new leader of the house. The 4th most popular wrestler with women in Japan, apparently. Did you see that poll they posted? I saw someone posting Super J-Cast Discord. I was like, wow, the girls are saying that Narita can get it, apparently. Did not know.
Okay, who are the 3 in front of Narita?
This would be a fun game. Let's see if we can. You want to see if we can guess them?
Oh, God.
You see this? Okay. Who are the 3 hotter wrestlers the only 3 more attractive men in New Japan, according to female fans? I don't know what this poll, I think, was from that show, the one that woman hosts. I can't remember the fucking name of it now. They did their show in Korakuen last fall.
Yeah, the variety show host.
Yeah, I can't remember what the fuck that show is called now. It's like gonna bother me until I think of it now. Let me just type it. New Japan NJPW variety show. Let's see if it comes up. I can't pronounce that word for some reason. Dun, dun, dun. No, they didn't bring up anything. Oh, Shin-Nichi champion. There we go. Okay. Which is just New Japan champion, basically. But yeah, it's... So I think that's what this is from. But yeah, see if you can guess the three only... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Narita's in 5th. So he's the 5th most attractive male wrestler in New Japan. I don't want to say male wrestler, I don't have any female ones. 5th most attractive wrestler in New Japan, according to the women in this poll. So who are the 4 wrestlers who are more attractive than Narita? The only 4, according to... I won't even ask you to guess them in order. Just see if you can name any that you think are on there.
Okay, so I'll go with the obvious one first. Yuya's got to be in there. He's got to be above. What?
He didn't even make the top 10.
No way.
The girls are not feeling the heat for the heat storm.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Okay, well, Oscar's got to be in there because he's tall.
What?
Did
not make the top 10. Did not make the top 10. There's not a single foreigner on this top 10. The foreigners cannot get it either, apparently.
Okay. Shit. Okay. So, all right. So this was done. Presumably this was done like late last year. So
I assume so.
So Tanahashi was still active at that time. All right, I give up.
Okay. Let's just go through the top 10. In 10th place, you guessed the wrong member of the Knockout Brothers. Yuto Ice comes in 10th. The girls are saying Yuto Ice can get it. In 9th place, silently gesturing his way to 9th. I'm surprised he's not higher, honestly, is Jake Lee. In 8th place, another one I'm shocked isn't higher. Apparently the Smiles not only does it with some degree. 8th place, Yota Tsuji. Then we have a pair of TMDK boys back to back. We have 7th place, Ryohei Oiwa. 6th place, Kosei Fujita. Then Ren Narita is in 5th. Hiromu Takahashi is 4th.
What?
The girls love them. The girls love Hiromu. That one was not surprising me at all. Really, none of these top 4 is surprising to me. But the girl, you don't see how many girls come with those fucking cats in their laps at these shows.
Yes, but like that, I don't know. Just because I want to buy the cat doesn't mean I want to fuck the man.
That they think this man is adorable. What do you want me to tell you? He's a very adorable man. I assume you're a heterosexual, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I will say, I get it. I think Hiromu is way more attractive than a heterosexual man would think he is. So that's all I'm going to say. 3rd place, El Desperado. They love them some Despy. 2nd place, Show. 1st place, Yo. Those are your top 4.
Okay. Show and Yo, I get that. Despy, I think you can make the argument at one point. At this point, since he started doing death matches and he's got like all the scars on his back, like I don't know that I necessarily.
The girls are fucking into it. What do you want me to tell you? I wouldn't. That's not my thing either. But the girls are into it.
Yeah, I don't know. He's a bit of a bad boy, I guess.
Yeah, him and Sho they love them some clowns, I guess, because they love Sho and Hiromu and Yo. They really like the funny guys, I guess. they love the clowns in New Japan, and even Narita to a degree, and Jake Lee. I mean, they love the silent gesture, and they love the clowns. But yeah, there's your top 10, everybody. You didn't get a single one, brother. You didn't get any of the 4.
I don't know. Making me question
could not get into the headspace of a Japanese woman, apparently. I don't know if I could have. I feel like I would have gotten Hiromu for sure. And I think I would have guessed Yo. I don't know if I would have still thought they were into Show that much. Despy, I think I would have guessed. I think I would have guessed Despy. So I think I probably could have gotten 3 out of 4, but we'll never know.
I would have put Despy in the top 10, but I would have thought Tsuji would have been higher too.
Yeah, but now they that's who they are into. So there you go. Okay, so I don't even remember how the fuck we got on that. Oh, because of Narita. Yeah, he hit Wolf with his new belt afterward, and all of House stomped on him. And then Hontai ran out to make the save. I'm like, oh, just in time, boys. There you go. Just right on time, right on schedule here. I don't know. This was kind of stupid, but I didn't. It's the kind of thing where I was like, there's a lot of people going to scream about it. I haven't listened to the flagship yet about this show. I'm sure they yelled about it, but I heard they had very interesting takes for the tag title match, but like I said, I haven't heard it yet. So I try not to listen to other people's takes about shows I'm going to review because it's just, I don't want them contaminating my takes, you know. But semi-main event. I mean, this match was fucking awesome. Knockout Brothers, Yuto Ice and Asuka defeat Shota Umino and Yuya Uemura in 1937. Asuka pinning Yuya after the KOB. So Yuto and Asuka, they fucking march straight down to the ring with their music's playing and immediately start brawling with Shota and Yuya. That fucking ruled. It was like, you know what? Fuck these guys. We're going to beat their fucking asses. We can't even wait to get in the ring and beat their asses. That was great. So Shota, at one point, he got some light boos when he had Asuka in the corner and was chopping him. He did a pretty fucking crazy slingshot DDT on Asuka, on the ropes, like onto the apron. That looked fucking cool. But the crowd was still kind of booing him a little bit as he was fighting off Yuto on the floor. But then the booing kind of stopped after that because I think just because he went on such a fucking rampage. He hit multiple lariats in a row on Asuka to take him down. It was just like he looked really good at that point. Now there was one sequence I thought was a little clunky. It was when Asuka was fighting off both Shota and Yuya when they were going for their dragon suplex lariat combo thing. Especially when Asuka just kind of stood there being held by Umino. It felt like a long pregnant pause. But they did get past it pretty quickly, so it was fine. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But, you know, it's the kind of flaw that made this like 4.5 instead of like 4 3/4 or 5. And I did see some people going that high, and I don't really blame them because the rest of the match was amazing. Asuka, I thought, was doing a really good job selling the neck damage from as Umino was like staying on him. He reversed this like vertical suplex into this big DDT. That was awesome. They both finally tagged out, and we got the big Yuya and Yuto confrontation. That went on for a while and absolutely ruled as those two guys just fucking hate each other, and you can really feel it. Then later on, the babyfaces had Asuka on the ropes, but after he took the Dragon Riot, Yuya tried to go for the deadbolt, but Yuto saved him. They gave Umino the KOB, and that earned the crowd went crazy for that. They started chanting KOB after that when they did that. But he was not the legal man, so they couldn't pin him. But they obviously had the advantage on Yuya, so they were double teaming him. But Yuya was able to fight them off briefly and even give Yuto this big release deadbolt suplex. And then we got this furious sequence with Yuya and Asuka where he was like repeatedly nearly cradling the big German for a series of near falls. And then he Germaned the German, which that was fucking awesome. He goes to the deadbolt again, but he gets thrown by Asuka right into this enormous knee from Yuto that fucking murders him. And then they give him the KOB for the pin to retain. Amazing finish, amazing match. 4.5 stars. The same rating I gave their October match. But I think this one was a teensy bit better. Maybe I could rewatch that one and compare them, but it's really close. I mean, 2 incredible matches. So, you know, an awesome fucking match.
Yeah, I thought the combination, like the pinning combinations that Asuka was kicking out of, I thought that whole sequence was amazing. I think it's really easy to throw flowers at Yuto Ice right now because he feels like the most valuable commodity that New Japan has. But I thought Asuka, just from an in-ring perspective, looked so good in this match. I thought Umino was fantastic. And I think like an underrated talking point of all of this is for all the people that are still clamoring for Umino to turn heel after everything that's gone on. They worked this match primarily as the heels. Like the Knockout Brothers were fighting from underneath. Like it felt like most of the match they were fighting to overcome the odds of like this cohesive team. So yeah, it was just amazing. It was the best match on the show by far. it does beg the question once again of what are we doing with Shota Umino? But in a vacuum, it was a fantastic match, and yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what they do from here because yeah, I don't know what you do with Umino and Uemura because I mean, Charlton on commentary was saying even if they win the tag titles, they're going to lose them to the Knockout Brothers because the Knockout Brothers are the better team. So yeah, it makes you question where the storyline's going, but fantastic match.
I mean, I like the idea that they have this wall they have to get over, and I also think them not winning here makes them more obvious contenders for New Japan Cup anyway. So I really don't have any problem with it. Um, what I will say is, I thought my big hot take right now is I think Umino looks more impressive than Uemura at the moment. Just from like an in-ring standpoint. And I think he looks a little more charismatic. I think that promo he gave at Korakuen was really good. Yuya looks a little stuck to me. Now, Yuya is who I think they're going to have win the New Japan Cup. So, as we're going to get to in a second. So, I'd be interested to see if he gets himself back on track, if that is the case. But yeah, Shota's a little more exciting right now. I kind of like this whole like push-pull he has with the crowd, where the crowd, doesn't really like him, but then he kind of wins them. He kind of won them over during this match with his effort. And Osaka's a tough crowd in general, as they were talking about on commentary. And he did win them over during the match. So it's interesting to me. I'm interested to see where it goes. He doesn't feel like dead in the water or anything to me at this point. I think like to me, Shota is exciting because it feels like there's a million ways he could go. Like he could turn heel finally. I think that's still on the table. He could just keep going with the babyface thing with this whole like, defiant babyface thing where it's like, I'm not going to turn heel even though, some of the crowd doesn't like me. And if he's going to keep putting in efforts like this and have matches like this, then I'm cool with it. So, I'm really curious to see where he goes. I think they've done a good job rebuilding him slowly. Since obviously the nadir of last year at Wrestle Kingdom, they haven't rushed it. And, there have been times where it didn't look good, but this tag team at Yuya has really helped him. So, and when they put this team together, a lot of people are like, oh, Yuya's going to overshadow him. I think Shota has overshadowed Yuya to a big degree, for me at least. So the opposite happening is very interesting. And we'll have to see, where this goes going into New Japan Cup. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we got a Yuya Shota final. I'm not going to predict it. I think it's going to be Yuya Callum. But, they're on opposite sides. I think it could happen. And it would be a big, like, here's the new generation moment. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, and we'll have to see where it all goes. But, yeah, that's I guess, my hot take. Do you have thoughts about Yuya and Shota and any of that?
I'll piggyback off your hot take, so I won't take full credit for it. But I agree with you in the sense that Umino is the one that's constantly changing between the two. And I think Uemura has pretty much been like at the same level outside of the stuff against Yuto Ice, which once again, Yuto Ice, the most valuable property that New Japan has right now, because everything he touches turns to gold. Like everyone he works with has the best match of their career at that point, whether it's like tag or singles. But Uemura has felt pretty much like the same character and pretty much the same presentation since he's been back. Whereas Umino, it feels like there's always that up and down of like, okay, where are we going? What's happening? Like what's the next step, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, I'm hooked. I mean, the tag division, I love Tsuji, and I don't think Tsuji's a bad champion, but I think the tag division right now is the most exciting thing. I mean, I was looking forward to this match more than the title match, and I think I don't think anyone would argue that this delivered more than the title match.
No, so, even the biggest Jake Lee fan in history would have to agree with that, I think.
And I might be the biggest Jake Lee fan in history, as we'll get to. But yeah, I mean, Yuto Ice is fantastic, and I don't know. I think it's just something in the way that guys know when they go out there with him of if I don't give it my best, he's going to look cooler than me. And so they just try their best to look cool and it just makes them cooler. Like everyone is just cooler in the ring with Yuta Wise.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that probably is a big part of it, the motivation when you have this guy who just got here. I mean, I do think it's helped Shota. I think Shota probably, it's probably given it might have like just lit a fire under his ass or something, but something has.
Yeah.
After the match, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was sorry. My last note on Ice is I don't think that comes out because he's being selfish in the sense of, oh, I'm going to get myself over in this match, because he's really giving. Like, he will take bumps for you. And the same thing with Oscar. I mean, they were Umino and Uemura were in control for a lot of this match, and Oscar was fighting from underneath. So it's not a lack of willingness to do business or make the other guys look good. It's just Ice is going to make himself look good and make you look good at the same time if you're there to match his energy.
So after the match, Ricochet appeared on the screen to challenge, not challenge anybody, actually. He just announced that he is going to defend his incredibly prestigious AEW National Championship. Not to be confused, of course, with the incredibly prestigious AEW International Championship. Those are two different titles, everybody. They have a national title and an international title. It's a real thing in AEW these days. Because they introduced the national title, then they split back up the unified title into the international and continental titles. So there are a lot of, and for as many belts as New Japan has, it feels like AEW has even more. I don't know if that's actually true, but national, international, what the fuck? After the match, so he declared that he's going to defend it against Taiji Ishimori at New Beginning in USA, which is one of those matches they announced a really weird way. It's like, okay, I guess the gimmick with this belt is he's going to defend it in other places, but why Ishimori? I guess it just asked New Japan, hey, could somebody job to Ricochet with this national title? We're like, yeah, we have a junior. We have a junior available who can lose to Ricochet, I guess. So very, very bizarre. Just a match that's happening for no reason. Then the Gates of Agony challenged, the actual reason why Ricochet was on the screen at this point was, so the Gates of Agony who were with him in the Demand, I guess is the name of their stable. Very stupid name for a stable, by the way. They challenged the Knockout Brothers the tag titles. I'm being a little hard here, but what I'm going to say is, I thought this was a lame, corny ass fucking Amiraresu promo right after I just watched four guys fucking kill each other for 20 minutes. The last thing I wanted to do was watch the haha guy go haha and the Samoan guys grunt and get mad. And it's like, this felt like somehow it felt extra corny after what I just watched. And there's times where I like corny things. Jake Lee can be corny sometimes. I like him, but I don't have any emotional attachment to any of these three men. And the way they just like jarringly interrupted things on the screen, and the crowd in the fucking place did not give a shit. Which I can't really blame them. It felt very much like, okay, why do we have to rain on the parade of the amazing match we just watched to watch them do this fucking corny ass promo? Yuta Ice did put them in their place afterward. I thought, which is basically like, yeah, fuck these guys, are gonna beat them. That was basically his whole reaction. Where I'm like, yeah. The match itself could be good. I mean, the Gates of Agony were decent when their World Tag League run, if I remember correctly. But, it's not. This did not make me excited to be a ticket holder for New Beginning in USA. That is for sure.
I think it is a statement that New Japan is so back that they're not feeding Ricochet a heavyweight. They said, no, the best you're getting is one of our upper tier juniors. Not even the top junior, but one of the upper tier juniors.
Mid tier, maybe at this point.
Yeah.
He doesn't even do anything. He barely does anything. So yeah, I don't know. But I mean, good for them. That's all they're feeding Ricochet. Why not?
Yeah, I want them to treat AEW like they did Ring of Honor back in the day. And I thought that was a good relationship. I thought it was awesome. But I still want to see them little brother AEW. So hell yeah.
IWGP Heavyweight Title match, main event. Yota Tsuji defeated Jake Lee in 23-40 with the Gene Blaster. I thought it was cute that they brought back the IWGP title match declaration that they used to read before these title matches, just to give Tanahashi something to do. It's kind of adorable. It's like, yeah, go there, President, and go in the ring and do your little declaration that we haven't done this in like 20 years, but we're gonna bring it back for you now. Kind of funny. Look, what do I think about this match? I said going in that they might not have a great match. I said it wouldn't change the fact that the feud itself was great, which I thought it was. It definitely wouldn't change the fact that they sold this place out with this match as the headliner, which they did. But I said the match might not be great, and I don't think it was great. But I do think if Jake Lee was any other human being besides this person who has a lot of negative who brings out a lot of negative feelings with a wide swath of the Western Japanese wrestling fans, I think there is a world where people watch this match and go, yeah, they had a hard time following the tag title match, which was an amazing match and the crowd was going crazy. And they made some bad choices in the first half. Maybe they were a little too slow, which this is hardly the first IWGP Heavyweight title match that started slow in the first half. That's for more. If you want more of that, watch any Kazuchika Okada title match. But yeah, they went a little too slow in the first half for this crowd, and the crowd wasn't into it at all in the first half. But by the fucking end of it, they got the crowd back. I mean, the crowd finally started fucking reacting when they were exchanging strikes. Jake did this cool thing where he caught Tsuji with a knee running in, hit a nice middle kick to the chest. And he was doing a good job selling the knee after he did that, when both from his prior injury and Tsuji working on it a bit in the match. And, they had good psychology where, Tsuji charged him in the corner, and Jake, just sidestepped it, hit a nice German suplex, another knee, and went for the front choke, but he couldn't keep the choke on due to the knee injury and had to let him go. Again, good psychology. But yeah, around the 20-minute mark, the crowd was actually into this fucking match. They were chanting for Yoda when he hit the Guerrero special, the inverted GT up the top. And when his spear ran right into another huge counter knee from Jake, which looked brutal, by the way, followed by this huge choke slam that got a 2 count. Like, the crowd was thinking that Tsuji might lose, and they were into the end of this match. And I thought the last few minutes of this match I thought were fucking great. He does the big choke slam. He goes for the face break shot. Tsuji counters it with a simple little headbutt, and then a second headbutt. But Jake hit a very nice high kick. Tsuji no-sold it and hit the short range spear for another near fall. Really, really great finishing stretch here. Now, the part I saw a lot of people criticize, and I understand why, is Jake popped up and did this wacky little dance, which ended up being his last gasp. He really wants to get this silent gesture character over, and it's kind of like, look at how wacky I am while I'm, because I went crazy during my fucking, year and a half away. And as he's going crazy, Tsuji hit the real Gene Blast spear for the pin, which I thought that was funny. And I'm much more forgiving of funny things that are maybe a little wacky. But yeah, I could have done without that too. I get it, especially when the match was actually rocking. But at the end of the day, I thought the second half of this match was really fucking good. The first half of this match was quite boring. I split the difference and said it was 3.5. I thought it was a good match. The fucking ratings I saw from Dave Meltzer and I saw Sue Williams gave it a horrible rating in his written review, and there were a few other people that just fucking hated this. And I thought the level of hate it got, I thought, was so over the top, to the point where it felt kind of performative to me, to be quite honest. Which I don't like accusing people of that. I like to be just assume taking people at their word when they dislike something. But I don't know. This there was I'll give a shout out to Jesse Collins, who's not somebody I shout out very often. He said something on the Discord that if a guy's chest is black and blue, because I think he gave it 3.25, which obviously is pretty close to what I gave it. And he's like, if a guy's chest is black and blue at the end of the match can't be that bad. And because Lee's chest was really black and blue at the end of this from the strikes they were throwing. And I thought people were just way too hard in this fucking match. Yeah, it wasn't great, yeah, the first half was a little too slow and they didn't get the crowd, but I didn't think this was any kind of fucking disaster. I thought it was a good match. I think if they had worked the beginning at a faster pace or just cut some time from it, it could have been a great match. But the combination of the first half being so slow and having to follow a legitimately amazing fast-paced match did kind of do the man here. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, I don't know if Suit Williams actually didn't like the match or if Chat GPT didn't like the match and Suit Williams just published it.
That's spicy.
I'm on the Discord, guys. I actually kind of really like this match. I think the people that have a problem with Jake Lee are not looking long term.
I want to say for the record, I don't think Suit Williams is a very nice guy. I don't think he does AI for his reviews. Anyway.
Fair enough.
I get in enough trouble on this show as is. I don't need to get more. That was all John Bivins. That was all John Bivins, everybody.
Right. I am unaffiliated. The views that I express are not representative of Russell Omakase.
Your unbound company.
Exactly. Yeah, I think the people that really hate on Jake Lee don't see the mobility in his character. And that's something that I really like in a wrestling character, is someone that has mobility, where they're able to be a credible threat, but are also able to take pinfalls. And I think if you look forward to Jake Lee's G1 coming up this year, I think there's a good chance Jake Lee's going to have a negative record. And I think he's going to be a guy that loses to most people, but gets one or two big wins over credible people. And I think that's really valuable for New Japan right now. I think he's someone that his presence and the antics make him someone that you have to watch, in the sense that, like, when we get to the GLEAT review, we'll talk about not Dan Tamura, Fuminori Abe. He's another guy that, like, he's always on and he's always doing something. And so if you're not watching everything he does, you're going to miss a little piece of his character. And I think the Jake Lee character is really formed well right now. The match, what I enjoyed about it is not necessarily in the work, which was solid to good, but in the sense that I wanted to watch Jake Lee the entire time because I knew he was going to do something. And I didn't want to blink to miss him doing a Fortnite dance or some type of taunt that I wasn't expecting. And so it forced me to watch the entire thing. And so, yeah, like, his wrestling, there's a million guys that you could have put in there that would have had better matches with Tsuji. But I think he's solid enough. And I think his character puts him a little bit over the edge. We don't need more than one Jake Lee. But I think the Jake Lee that we've got is the best version of Jake Lee. And I'm okay with having one of them on the show. And I also don't think that Jake Lee is going to have more than one title match a year coming up. I don't think he's going to get another shot this year. He might not even get another shot next year. He's just someone that's always going to be able to slip into that spot if somebody gets hurt and you need somebody to slide in there.
Yeah. I don't know. I think people are so overdramatic about him. It really bothers me. It's like I have a contrarian streak to begin with, which, people who know me or listen to the show are like, no kidding, John. But the more I see someone like Jake get hit on, the more I want to be like, you know what? He's great. Shut up. He's awesome. And I don't even think he's like the best in-ring worker or anything, but like, he does do stuff where I'm just like that knee of his does look impactful. It looks like it kills guys. His selling in this match, I thought his knee selling and the way he like let go of the choke, I thought that was really good and like really subtle. Like, a lot of people do the injury selling very over the top, and he was not doing that. It's like, yes, the stuff that people find bad with him, to me, I find oddly charming. Like, I kind of liked the silently gesturing up. Like, it's just kind of, he's like the one theater kid in a room full of jocks or something. Yes. Somebody else said that. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody on the Discord, I think. Or it might have even been Twitter. But like, So I'm sorry if that person's listening. I didn't give your credit. I just can't remember who said it. But like, yeah, I mean, he's, I don't want 20 Jake Lees, but I'm fine with a Jake Lee, like you pretty much just said. So like, there's room for a Jake Lee in New Japan, especially if he's going to hit people hard, especially if he's going to sell well. And, he just amuses me at the end of the day. And I just kind of like him. Sometimes I'm the Marge Simpson. I just think he's kind of neat. That's all. So, and just like the girls in that poll, I also think he can get it. So that also helps. So
Jake Lee can get it.
He's a very attractive man. I'm surprised he's not even higher than 9th. Honestly, it makes me hope they're not doing a racism, because I feel like he should be higher than 9th. But so I guess like final thoughts. Oh, the post match angle. So Tsuji called Unbound Company into the ring. Finley and Gabe both nobly did not come out, even though they're supposed to be in this unit. It was Drilla, Shingo, Gato, Ishimori, Robbie, and KOB. Was Oscar wearing a neck brace? I feel like he was.
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that was like there's something wrong with his neck afterwards. Tsuji called Hiromu in the ring, and because he had been doing commentary on Japanese commentary, obviously, and he gave a big promo to say goodbye, and he made Yuto Ice cry, that was the shocking moment of the show. Which I could not believe Yuto Ice was crying over him leaving. I'm like, I feel you, Yuto. I feel you, because I feel really bad too about this. But yeah, I thought that kind of put the cherry on top of what was a very weird show. Some really great wrestling. 3 4-star plus matches, according to May. So some really, really great wrestling. And I didn't even hate the main event the way a lot of people did. But also a lot of like bad vibes and sad vibes with all the departures. So you can't call it a bad show, because I thought I had 3 4-star plus matches. But it wasn't like the... It wasn't like the unambiguous home run the way like New Beginning Osaka was last year, where you had like the top 2 matches that were both so amazing with Tsuji Gabe and Goto Zach, and the feel good moment of Zach, of Zach losing the belt to Goto. You didn't have a repeat of that. Maybe that's a good thing though, considering how the rest of the year went after that. So maybe that they peaked too high last year. But yeah, any final thoughts before we move on to what's coming up next for New Japan?
Nothing big. I think I'm excited for everything coming up. I think if I lived close enough to Trenton, New Jersey, I would be going to the New Beginning show.
Well, that's what we're going to get into now. It's a good transition. New Beginning USA is it's 11 days from now as I record this on President's Day, Monday, February 16th. So this show is February 27th. What's actually coming up next from New Japan is Fantastica Mania. But as I said last week, I am not a Lucha person at all. I know nothing about Lucha really, besides like what I read and the few matches I watch a year. So unfortunately, I can't really give you anything when it comes to previewing Fantastica Mania. I'm sure there are sources of that online. I think the Cubs fan always does a really good preview on Voice of Wrestling's website. But yeah, I'm not a Lucha person, so I can't help you there. I'm going to watch at least some of it. I mean, I always do. But it's not something I'm going to cover on this podcast, because it's just I don't think I bring any kind of unique perspective to Lucha talk. I'm just not even Lucha casual. I'm just a non-Lucha viewer. So, but yes, that's what's actually up next. It starts, I think, Wednesday. Don't quote me on that. Yes, 2 days from now, Wednesday the 18th in your Yogi Gym. And then I believe the other shows that are airing are the Osaka 80 on 2 on Tuesday the 24th, and the 2 Korakuens on the 26th and 27th. I think. The Osaka one might not even be airing. The Yoyogi one definitely is, and the Korakuens definitely are. Let me just check New Japan World instead of giving people bad info. Live schedule. Oh, actually, there's another show airing too. The Osaka show from this other ATC Osaka is airing. So yeah, so you get five shows airing this year. I think it's quite more than last year. So you have the 18th from Yoyogi, Saturday the 21st from Osaka, Tuesday the 24th from Osaka, and then Thursday the 26th and Friday the 27th from Korakuen. The New Beginning show, New Beginning USA show is also Friday the 27th. That is a pay-per-view in New Japan World. So if you're not going like me, you have to either pirate it, which I know my listeners never do such a thing, or you have to put down the card number and order another Rocky special. Now, I will say, like you said, this card is a little better than the strong cards. I'm not really thrilled with it, to be honest. I think it's really just a philosophy thing where, like, I want to see more New Japan versus New Japan matches. There's pretty much almost none on this show. There's ELP versus there's Takeshi. You can kind of call it that, but really Takeshi's not New Japan. They can call him a New Japan roster member all he wants. He's a part-timer. Basically another AW New Japan match. The only real ones are Fred Ross versus David Finlay, which is a guy who never appears in Japan versus a guy who's leaving, and Ishii versus Bolton Oleg. And even then, Ishii appears in AEW all the time. So even that one you could argue is kind of New Japan versus AEW. And Andrade's kind of a New Japan roster member too now, but he's also part-time and he also wrestles in AEW. The women's match is a Stardom versus AEW match. So you get no matches on this show that are just like two wrestlers from the normal Japanese roster fighting besides Ishii and Bolton Oleg. So that kind of sucks. Like, I don't know. It's just, I know that like a lot of the people going to the show probably are AEW viewers, and it's probably why they do this sort of thing. But like, I just like when I buy a ticket to New Japan show, I'm not looking for Forbidden Door Jr. I'm looking for an actual New Japan show. Hopefully that's what we're going to get in Chicago, at least for in July. Which, by the way, I meant to ask you, are you going to go to the G1? I know a lot of people plan to go to the G1 opener.
I was looking at it. I was talking to my friend the other night. He lives near Chattanooga. And so I was like, if we take a bus from Chattanooga, it's an 11-hour drive. And he was like, I am not getting on a bus for 11 hours. And I was like, that's fair, but I'm thinking really hard about it.
Well, that would be dedication, 11-hour bus ride. I mean, the flight for me is like 2 hours. So I mean, from New York. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you should go. I mean, I don't want to. Now I feel bad by talking an 11-hour bus. I mean, 11-hour bus ride. The fucking show better be great, because at that point it's like. But you would assume, being a G1 opener, I mean, how many fucking AEW people could be in this thing, you know? So you'd think, even if it's like only one block, we have a mixed block for like the people who have American visas. You'd assume it would have to be mostly New Japan talent. You know, we'll have to see, I guess. But yeah, this show, you know, I'm not like mad that I bought a ticket or anything, because as I think I've talked about on the podcast before, this is very close to where my dad lives anyway. So it's very easy for me to just go visit my dad that weekend, and just then at that point it's like a 15-20 minute drive from his house. So, you know, it's not like I would have gone to this show pretty much no matter what. So it's not like I had to wait for, I didn't feel like I had to wait for a card or anything. It's just like, yeah, it's a New Japan show 15 minutes from my dad's house. I'm going to go. But you know, it's just, I just wish there was like if they could have, I know like Shuri versus Athena sounds like it would probably be really good, but like as a Stardom fan, I would rather see Shuri versus like Hazuki, which I'm throwing out there as a name just because she works America all the time. So I know she has a visa. And you know, the top two matches on the show do look really good. So it's Yota Tsuji defending the global title. His first defense, or no, his third defense of the global title. The first one since he became double champion against Andrade El Idolo, which, you know, it meets both of his things he stated, where he said he's going to defend the global against people who are primarily outside New Japan. He's going to defend the global overseas. So that's his vision, to make the belts different. So, and then you have Shuri defending the IWGP Women's title against Athena, making her second defense. The weirdness there is, why the fuck does the strong women's title still exist? Because she still carries out both belts with her. And Micah even recently had a quote on Twitter where she was like, she said she wants to win the strong title because basically she was like, well, I'm strong, so I want to win the strong title. And also I want to do more in America. And it's like, well, they're not even defending the strong title on this one American show. There's like going to be 2 or 3 American shows in the entire year now, probably, since there's probably not going to be another one until July at least. And at that point, there could not be another one at all, for all we know. And she's not even defending it on it. It's like, why does that super purple belt still exist? Like, why not just unify with the IWGP Women's? It really doesn't make any sense. but yeah, and like the IWGP Women's like at least has a little bit of cachet and like some prestige in my opinion. I think they've done a good job building it in the last year and a half or so. And the Strong Women's title has nothing. So I don't know. So it's not even being defended on the one type of show you would think would be defended. So it's very, very strange the belt still exists. But yeah, she's going to bring it out here and not defend it on this American show, which is very funny. But yeah, those are your two main events. Shuri versus Athena, I think there's probably... I don't see Shuri losing. I mean, Athena's Ring of Honor World Champion, but like they don't really seem to have a problem with her losing, even though she's Ring of Honor World Women's Champion, because she's lost other title shots in AEW. And it would be weird for Athena to win the IWGP Women's title, because I don't know what it would be building towards. Like, is she going to be on All-Star Grand Queendom and just lose it back to Shuri or something? I don't really know. So I mean, I guess it's theoretically possible, but it would seem really out of left field. So I'd assume Shuri's just retaining. For the global title match, that's going to be exciting. Besides the fact that I'm just really excited about that match in general, by far the match I'm most excited about in the show. That one really feels like it could go either way. Like I could totally see the argument for Tsuji losing and breaking these belts up, but they could just keep Tsuji strong and have him retain. I put Andrade as like a light favorite, maybe like 60-40 or something, but I don't think it's a lock or anything. So that'll be a match where I'm going in really not knowing who's going to win, which is always the way you want to go into a big title match at a main event of a show. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think for these two matches? Any different? Do you think anything different from me on the potential winners?
I think Athena's going to win and then drop both belts to Billy Starks at Final Battle this year.
See, if it was a strong women's title, I'd give her much more of a shot. I actually think they want to protect the IWGP Women's.
Probably so. And I'm not going to spin off into AEW talk, but that was the biggest fumble that Tony Khan's ever done as a booker, is not rematching the same match in the Final Battle main event for 3 years in a row and finally having a different outcome. Like it was ready made. It was ready made, and they didn't do it. Yeah, as far as Andrade and Tsuji, yeah, I mean, I guess it's 50-50. As a New Japan fan and like primarily a New Japan fan, I'd like to see Tsuji retain and get at least a little bit of a reign in, instead of just winning both belts and then, dropping one on the first defense. I'd like to really see him get established. And I think getting a couple of title defenses, at least like 2 in with the global before he drops it, I think would be good for him.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Fightful dropped a report, which I love when they do this. It said, David Finlay officially a free agent, but they did say New Japan actively trying to re-sign him, which is interesting. I mean, he looked like a guy who's already gone to May, but I'd love it if they re-signed him. But he looks like a guy who's already gone. So, but that's the annual report that New Japan that David Finlay is a free agent. But yeah, so you said you think Andrade is going to lose or win? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
I was saying that I hope Tsuji wins.
Oh, you hope Tsuji wins, right?
I wouldn't put it past them to have Andrade win. I guess it just is all dependent on how much Andrade is going to be involved in plans this year.
Yeah, see, I think it just feels like he's around for the year. He has that vibe. Like, I think I would already bet on him being in the G1. Like, it seems like they made a deal with him for the year / with Tony Khan for him to be like a part-timer and, work a bunch, and seems like he's into it. So, I mean, he does look like he's very excited to be there, which is always, that's what you want, right? So yeah, it just feels like he's going to be around. Like he's going to be, and you might as well put the belt on him, I guess, if he's going to be around through the G1. So I get it. I'm not really going to complain that much about it. And he also has a connection where he used to hold the old white belt, the Intercontinental, back in the day as a Sombra. So you can be like, oh, he's held both the white belts now. So it's not. I don't think it's any kind of disaster he wins, but but I get what you're saying. You'd rather have Tsuji win. IWGP Tag Team titles, Oscar, Yuto, Ice making their 4th defense already against Toa Leona and Bishop Khan, the Gates of Agony. This one, 0 chance the Gates of Agony won. I mean, they scream tag team that AEW's fine with losing.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't even know if do they even make TV in AEW? I don't even watch AEW anymore, so I really have no idea, actually. They could be the biggest stars in the world for all I know, but I doubt it. Match 5. This is interesting, and also I have no interest in actually watching this match, but I'm interested in which way it goes. El Phantasmo goes for defense number 7 of the New Japan World TV title against Konosuke Takeshita. I don't know. I'm this pairing never. They had one awesome match in the G1, and the pairing has been so diminishing returns since, especially the ones they did last year, and especially the one they did in America last year. So I can't say I'm very hyped for this. I don't like. I guess Takeshita could just win to like give him something to do in New Japan. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, this belt. I don't even know why this belt exists. This is like the most useless belt in New Japan by far. So I don't really give a shit who wins either. And it's not like but yeah, I guess Takeshita might win. I don't know. Shrug. I don't know, and I don't care. I guess is how I would put it.
I kind of don't think he will, because I think that'd be more of a burden on him, like booking wise, than anything else. Like if you're going to use Takeshita, I mean, they only get him like 3 days a year. So if you're going to do that, it's probably better to not use that as TV title defenses. But I mean, well, also he wasn't really drawing
in the main event, right?
Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say is like you could do it in like the idea could be he beats ALP with the TV title. First of all, the TV title doesn't fucking matter. So you could always, it doesn't matter if the champion's in the New Japan Cup or not, or the champion's around or not. But you could, maybe the idea is you have him win this belt and then you build to him dropping it to somebody. I'm thinking like Ryohei Oiwa, who he had a title match with last year and beat. You build to him dropping it to a never title match, I should say. You build him dropping it to one of the young guys at a big spot. Like maybe Takeshita wins it here and loses it to Oiwa at Dominion or something to try to put Oiwa over going to the G1. I could see that. Because Oiwa beating Takeshita would be way bigger deal for him than beating ELP, right?
Yeah. But you also don't need the TV title for that to be a bigger deal.
Yeah. Yeah, but they don't do that many like non G1 singles matches though. I mean they do some now, but I don't know. I just think that could be the idea. I think if he wins the title, it wouldn't shock me if that was the idea. Is they give him the belt and in exchange he agrees to put over Oiwa or something on a big spot. I think that could be a thing, but we'll see. Wouldn't shock me if the LP just retains either. Especially the 15-minute time limit you can always do with a draw too. So
yeah, I'd put money on the draw more than anything.
Match 4 is Kushida and El Desperado against Alec Price and Jordan Oliver. Sure, why not? I don't really have any thoughts on this match at all. It's funny Kushida gets booked still, I guess.
I like Jordan Oliver. I met him once. He's
nice.
Good.
He's good. I don't really know anything about Alec Price. But then match number 3, AEW National Title. Taiji Ishimori challenging against Ricochet. Ricochet's going to retain. I could not give less of a shit.
Ishimori's going to give him his best match of his reign so far.
Do you watch AEW to know that?
I drop in and out. I haven't watched a lot lately, but I was just
curious.
Yeah, no, it's mainly based on my faith in Taiji Ishimori.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I don't watch it anymore and I don't care. So, the only thing I ever see is GIFs. Like, there was this really funny GIF on Twitter I saw of, so MJF is going to load the diamond ring on his finger, right? And he turns around to go and use it. And like he starts lunging forward with like a punch. But Bryce Remsburg stops him. He grabs his arm. He's like, no, you can't do that. The only problem with this is Brody King was laying on the mat when MJF went to throw this punch. So who the fuck was he trying to punch? It looks like he's punching. It looks like he's trying to punch the air or an invisible man. Because the only way he would have actually punched Brody is if he like fucking threw the biggest windmill punch of all time and like fucking fell, like had his momentum take him down to like hit this guy in the leg or something. Like it looks so stupid. So things are, the GIFs are still funny. I still see some funny GIFs, but that's otherwise I did not watch Grand Slam or anything to have any takes on it. Match number 2, the New Japan Strong Openweight title. Tomohiro Ishii defends against Boltin Oleg, his second defense. I mean, the match will be good. It could be great. This belt has no reason to exist anymore because they only defend in America and they barely run shows in America. It's only his second defense and he's held it since last May. So, that should tell you something right there. So there's no way to predict who's going to win because it does not matter at all. But it should be really good. It could, I don't see any reason why it won't be.
Best case scenario, Oleg wins and Takeshita wins the TV title and we get some type of unification match.
Well, I was thinking that, but for the never. Because there's a way for him to face Ren Narita in the New Japan Cup. I think. Do I have them facing each other though? No, I don't. Oh, do I actually? No, I don't actually. I don't have them doing it. So there's a way for them to do it, but I don't have them doing it. But anyway, if they could, but at this point, I'll believe New Japan unifying titles when it fucking happens. They haven't even unified their 2 women's titles, and they don't have a women's division. So it's so weird. But yeah, they really should unify them. Obviously, this fucking strong tag title still exists technically, and they're not even being defended here. I think like Mexican belts now or something, right?
I was going to ask you who the strong tag team champions are right now, because I think it was TJP and
yes, TJP and Templario lost them to Angel de Oro and Nebula Roja, which I'm definitely mispronouncing. They won them on November 14th, and they defended them once on January 2nd against the West Coast, the World Class Wrecking Crew. Of course, those guys went to Mexico to challenge for them. And they haven't made a defense since. So, are they bringing them? Are they going to Japan? Are either of these men going to Japan? I feel like I haven't seen anything about them. I feel like if they were coming to Japan and defending them on Fantastic Mania, wouldn't I have heard that by now? Let me see. I'm looking at the Fantastic Mania cards.
Probably so.
Yeah, I don't think they're on Fantastic Mania.
Oh, that's great.
They put the fucking tag titles on 2 luchadors who aren't even coming to Japan on the annual Japan tour. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Yeah, we're never seeing those titles again. Those titles just lost in Mexico forever, the same way the WWF light heavyweight title was lost in Japan for 15 years until Vince McMahon remember he had it. So, or he didn't have it, I mean. Yeah, those belts are gone. That is so fucking funny. Not defended here on this one American show. Not defended and not coming to Fantastic Mania. Belts are just lost forever. The opener is Fred Rosser versus David Finlay. Very random. Could be Finlay's last match in New Japan ever. And he's facing Mr. No Days Off. Don't know if we're getting an angle here or whatever the fuck. I mean, I really have no clue. So, yeah, Mr. No Days Off is coming for you, Mr. Rebel. Very, very weird.
Awesome.
He seems like a really nice guy. Seems like a really nice
He's a nice guy, and he's the best fucking wrestler. I love Fred Rosser so much.
Well, that's you saying that, not me, but he seems fine.
Yeah, there was somebody in the Discord that was like, "Oh, this is ticket buying repellent," and I was like, "No, this. I would, I might be the only one, but I would buy a ticket to see Fred Rosser and David Finlay. Those are just 2 beefy guys just going to hit each other for a bit."
Yeah, I mean, I'm not dreading it or anything. I mean, so we'll see. I mean, I'm excited to see Finlay at least one more time, so that's cool. But yes, after that we have the New Japan Cup, which I'm now wondering if we should do a full preview of because it's we've spent an hour and 51 minutes just on New Japan. Why don't we quickly do it anyway? Whatever. I don't know when else I'm going to do it. So, so the New Japan Cup is a 24-man tournament with 8 people getting buys. The buys are completely random. So everybody's going to have their, why did Hurtley Jackson get a buy? Or Yujo Takahashi? They're random, guys. The gimmick is they're random. They're not meant to be anything. They're just random. The New Japan Cup, I will say this, for people who are newer New Japan fans, especially if you're enjoying it right now, my advice for the New Japan Cup is always to heed the advice of a famous HBO comedy and Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's never that good. even when New Japan is fucking firing on cylinders back in the day, in like the peak period of New Japan, it was never that good. It can have some great stuff. There's always some matches in the New Japan. Last year in the New Japan Cup, there were a few matches I really fucking loved, but there's going to be a lot of matches that are just kind of there. The first round, especially this year, looks pretty brutal, which is not that surprising considering the lack of depth of the roster. And there will be upsets that piss you off. That that you look at this field, you're like, wow, we could get Taichi and Tomohiro Ishii in the second round. We're not going to. Taichi's going to lose to Narita. We could get Yoshihashi versus Goto in the second round. No, Yoshi's going to lose to Jake Lee. So they do that on purpose, just to be dicks. I don't know why they do that. Honestly, they always do that though. As long as I've been following, they get you excited for potential matches that they have no intention of delivering on. But there is some legitimately cool stuff possible in the second round. So we'll go through it. I'll get your pick and I'll give you my pick as we go through. So the first round starts on March 4th at Korakuen Hall. That's a Thursday. The Yuya Uemura faces the Great Okan. The winner of that faces Driller Maloney on March 10th in the second round. I have Yuya beating Great Okan. I don't really think there's a universe where Okan wins this.
I'm not ruling it out because they always do one. They always do one that just doesn't make sense. And I don't know if they wouldn't want to burn off some big Yuya matches.
Yeah, I will say, okay, so I have Yuya winning the tournament. If he's not winning the tournament, then I guess he could lose this. That is true. Let me just give my reason why I think Yuya is winning the tournament. I think they have no choice but to go with young people in this company right now. I mean, it's just really, it's not even a thing where like everybody's screaming at them to do it and they're resisting. They don't have anybody else. There's no one left in this company except the young wrestlers. So the winner of this is going to be Yuya, Shota, Callum. It's going to come from that generation. God forbid Narita. It's going to be one of those people. I don't think it's going to be Aaron Wolf. So I don't think it's going to be Oiwa either, as much as I would like that. So those are the favorites. I guess you can look at Goto as an outside shot. I just don't see them going with Goto for this spot. It wouldn't make sense. They really got to go with the young guys. I mean, I guess you could have Goto win and do the Goto Tsuji rematch from the Japan Cup Finals 2 years ago. I wouldn't do it. So it's going to be one of the young guys, I think. And Yuya to me makes the most sense because you're not burning off Shota already when I think Tsuji Shota could be the Dominion main. It could be Duntaku too, but I think it could definitely be Dominion. And Tsuji Yuya is the big rivalry, the big generational rivalry these two have. And it feels like a good next escalation for that rivalry. Where they had the global title match last year at Duntaku. They had a great G1 match that main evented a building and got a big reaction from the crowd. The next logical escalation is to give them a Sumo Hall main event where I think Tsuji would be the favorite to retain. But just like when Tsuji won the cup 2 years ago, and without winning the title from Naito, it would still be a big deal for Yuya to win the cup and then just lose the title match. So that is my thought process on why I think Yuya is going to win the tournament. But you're right that I think if he is not winning the tournament, he could lose this match. That is a good point. So you have Great Okan winning, is what you're.
I tentatively I agree with you that I think Yuya will win.
Okay. I know they got me on a longer tangent, but that's why. Who do you have winning the whole tournament? I guess it's like might as well throw the cards on the table now.
I think it's between Yuya and Goto. I can see a Yuya versus Goto final.
Because I think Goto, I get it. And I get why they might think that's a good idea for Sakura Genesis. I just think they really got to run with the young generation. I would not have Goto win this tournament. I don't think it's a good idea.
No, I don't think it's a good idea. And I think if Yuya Uemura and Goto met, it would be Yuya winning.
Yeah. If Goto, I wouldn't even do it though. I want to do, if I was them, it's time to do the young generation statement final. You do Yuya versus Shota, or you do Yuya versus Callum. That's what I think. Especially with Callum having all that momentum after the way he beat Finlay. So
Yeah.
that's what I would do. I think you do one of those two finals. I mean, as we're going to get to, my finals, Yuya and Callum. But yeah, that's just how I feel. But I could see Yuya Goto. That's possible too. It's just not what I would do if I was them. I wouldn't even tease Goto winning. I would just be like, this is it. The new generation. Goto's a 6-man champion. Good for him. But Yuya is facing another young wrestler, and he's going to win. That's what I would do. But Aaron Wolf versus Don. Oh, why don't we do it like this so I don't have to keep track? Then the Yuya versus Drilla second round match. I have Yuya winning that as well. Who would you have, Yuya, Drilla?
Yeah, I'd take Yuya over Drilla.
So there's your first quarterfinalist for both of us from that quadrant is Yuya. Aaron Wolf versus Don Fale. I'm really tempted to say Fale wins this. Because Fale, with a bunch of bullshit, beating Wolf, coming off him losing the never title, I could totally see it. I'm going to err on the side of what I want to see happen. I really want Wolf to win this and get a chance to show something against Shingo Takagi in the next round, because that's who they would face. This is also the March 4th Korakuen, and the winner would face Shingo on March 10th. Let me just see where that show is. I'm just curious now. I should have that open, but March 10th is in Okayama. So not a big building or anything. So yeah, maybe Fale Shingo might be the safer bet for that building, honestly. But Wolf's still technically in the line. I don't think you lose anything by having him go to the second round against Shingo. I'm going to say Wolf wins, but I'm going to say it's not going to surprise me at all if Fale wins via bullshit.
I'm taking Wolf as the heavy favorite. I don't think you have him drop 2 in a row, because if you were going to have him drop 2 in a row, it would probably be the same way of like just absolute interference, fuck finish. And I don't think they do that to Wolf twice in a row, or at least I wouldn't. I would hope that they wouldn't do that if they had any long-term plans for him.
Yeah. Then Wolf versus Shingo, though, I do think Shingo wins. I don't think he's going to the quarterfinals.
Agreed. But that's your barometer for Wolf as to how far he's made it and how much he can show.
So our first quarterfinal is Yuya versus Shingo. We both have that. Taichi versus Ren Narita is March 5th, also in Korakuen. The winner is facing Tomohiro Ishii on March 12th in Takamatsu. As much as I would love Taichi to win here, he's not going to win. Narita's going to win this.
Agreed. Yeah.
And then Narita versus Ishii is a really interesting one. You either can send Narita through to the quarterfinal, or you have him lose to Ishii to set up a never title match. Actually, this could be the unification. Now I think about it, he could lose here to Ishii at the champion versus champion match. If Ishii retains against Bolton, they could do the unification and have Ishii lose the strong title to Narita. I do think that's going to happen. I think because the never champion never does very well in this thing. If you look back at it, they usually go out pretty early. There was like 1 year where Shingo made it pretty far, I think, as never champion, but it's usually not that common. Plus there's a possible Ishii going to the quarterfinals would set up a match with probably Bolton or Hanare, which would be, both of those would be like a, either a rematch from the Trenton show, or they love booking Ishii Hanare matches. So I think Ishii does beat Narita on the 12th.
I'm going to take Narita.
Okay, so you got Narita coming out of this quadrant. I have Ishii coming out of this quadrant. So our first disagreement there. ELP versus Bolton Oleg, also on the 5th at Korakuen. The winner faces Hanare on the 12th. I think Bolton wins this. Either he'll set up a TV title match against ELP, or he'll just... But Bolton Hanare looks like a much more natural match to me than ELP Hanare.
Yeah, I think they would do Bolton and Hanare, and with the level of respect that they treat the TV title, I don't even know if they do a title match after that.
And then Bolton Hanare on the 12th. This is like one of the biggest pick'ems in the whole tournament to me. I'm gonna this whole quadrant really, but I'm gonna go with Hanare. I think he just re-signed. They're pushing United Empire right now, so I'm gonna go with Hanare over Bolton.
I think I'll take Narita over Hanare.
Oh no! First is Bolton Hanare, and then the winner faces Narita on your side.
Yeah, I'll take Hanare over Bolton.
Okay.
And then
so we both have Hanare going to the quarterfinal, and then we but I have him against Narita. I mean, I have him against Ishii, and you have him against Narita. So for me, Hanare versus Ishii is obviously Hanare winning and going to face Yuya in the semifinals. Whereas I think you were just saying you have Narita beating Hanare.
Yes, yeah.
So you have Narita beating Hanare. So you have, from this side of the bracket, you have it as Yuya versus Narita, and I have Yuya versus Hanare. The other side, I might as well just do it right now for who wins this side of the bracket. I have Yuya going to the final, again, beating Hanare. Do you also have Yuya going to the final, beating Narita, or do you have Narita going to the final?
I would have Yuya going over Narita. I think that's a generational thing they'd like to tease for something bigger setting up.
So there you go. That's what we have there. So Yuya, we both have Yuya as a finalist from this side of the bracket. Other side of the bracket. So this is March 6th this is the anniversary show at Old Award Gym. So these matches take place at the anniversary show. The first one is Yoshihashi versus Jake Lee, and the winner moves on to face Hiroki Goto on the 13th in Osaka. Again, I think this is a classic one where they're teasing you with the Bishamon Explodes match, but I don't think they're going to deliver. I think Jake Lee wins.
I will get to it. I think Yoshihashi is going to pull the upset.
Okay. And then, so I have Jake Lee versus Goto on the 13th. You have Yoshihashi versus Goto. I do have Goto winning. I think Goto beats Jake Lee to move on to the quarterfinals.
For reasons yet to be explained, Yoshihashi beats Goto. Stay with me.
Okay. So Yoshihashi beats Goto. That'd be a big deal. Then we have the other match on the anniversary show is Oscar versus Callum Newman. Both the matches here, I think the knockout brothers are going to lose in the first round. I think they're setting up a thing where they're like an unbeatable tag team, but they're not ready for singles yet. I mean, this is the one where I definitely think there's no chance the knockout brothers guy wins, because I don't know why you would have Callum lose this after the big push you just gave him. So yeah, Callum beats Oscar to move on to a match against Hartley Jackson on the 13th in Osaka, and he beats Hartley as well. So he moves on to face Goto for me on my side, on my little quadrant here in the quarterfinals. What do you have here for Oscar versus Callum and then the winner against Hartley?
I got Callum sweeping against Oscar and Hartley.
And then that quarterfinal, so you have Yoshihashi versus Callum. I have Goto versus Callum. I have Callum beating Goto to move on to semifinals. Who do you have?
I have Callum beating Yoshihashi. I think it's to set up Yoshihashi being a big underdog and sort of being the Cinderella story, just to set up for Callum Newman to shut everything down to get more heat.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That does make sense. Then the final quadrant kicks off with Shota Umino versus Chase Owens. Yes, folks, the man is back. Everybody's very happy, I'm sure. But that's taking place in Kobe on Sunday, March 8th. And that one, I think Shota obviously wins. It sets up a match with Yujiro Takahashi on the 14th, who Shota's actually good friends with. People don't know that, so that's why I'm sure he asked for that match. So he's facing Yujiro Takahashi on the 14th, and that would be in Nagoya, and I'm sure he'll beat him too to move on to the quarterfinal. Do you want does Chase Owens or Yujiro Takahashi shock the world, John? What do you have here?
No, I got Umino going through his section of the bracket there. I didn't know that Yujiro and Umino were friends though. Are they involved in like the same social circles, shall we say?
Yeah, I don't know what it is really. Like they've talked, like, I guess Yujiro liked him as a young lion or something and helped him train. I don't know. Like Shota's always talked to him as like talks about him like he's an uncle to him or something, basically. So
maybe they visit the same establishments sometimes.
Maybe. Although Yujo's a happy married man, so I don't think he really lives that gimmick, honestly. But Yuto Aiz versus Ryohei Oiwa on March 8th. This is the one of the two. If the knockout brothers are going to get a win, it'll be here. But they're really pushing Oiwa Zach, and Oiwa would be facing Zach on the 14th if he wins this. So I think this is the one they are going to deliver of the former tag partners or the current tag partners facing each other. I mean, because they faced each other in the New Japan Cup last year, and they're really building the idea that Oiwa needs to beat Zach finally, and I think it's going to happen. So I have Oiwa beating Yuto, and then Oiwa beating Zach to move on to the quarterfinals. It will also set up probably another Zach and Oiwa against Yuto and Oscar tag title match, unless Callum and somebody gets a tag title shot first, which I guess could happen. But I mean, really, it's up 2 challengers, I guess. But yeah, Oiwa. I have Oiwa beating Yuto and also beating Zach to set up a quarterfinal match with Shota. What do you have over here?
I'll take Yuto over Oiwa and then Zach over Ice.
Okay. And then Zach versus Shota, who do you have?
Ooh, that's tough. Because that winner would face Callum. I'll say we get Zach versus Callum and then Callum over Zach on that side of the bracket.
So I have Shota over Oiwa and then Callum over Shota. I think they tease us with the Shota Yuya final, but they don't deliver it. And then Yuya. So I have Yuya Callum as my final, and I guess you also have Yuya Callum as your final.
Yeah.
And then I have Yuya winning.
I'll take that. I say Yuya wins it all. We took different roads, but we got the same conclusion.
And Callum being the loser in the final could easily be the setup for him to get the traditional Dontaku title shot, which often does go to the New Japan Cup loser. So it'd be a second year in a row challenging for the title at Dontaku, but this time I think it would feel much more likely that he have a chance to win, unlike last year. Not that I would necessarily pick him to beat Tsuji, but I feel like, you'd at least think it could happen the way they're pushing him. So
yeah, definitely.
But there you go. There is your New Japan Cup preview, everybody. We're probably the first people to get that in. So the other stuff on the anniversary show, by the way, besides the only stuff announced besides the 2 New Japan Cup first round matches are 2 junior title matches. So Robbie X and Taiji Ishimori are challenging Kosei Fujita and Robbie Eagles, who are making their second defense. And Master Wato is challenging Doki for the junior title, who's also making a second defense. I think Wato's going to win. I kind of hope he does, because I mean, they really got to give it a shot with him already. I think he's going to win. I feel reasonably confident Wato's going to win. The junior tag titles don't, I feel bad saying they don't matter, because when I met Robbie Eagles, such a nice dude, but they don't really matter enough where either team could win that. But yeah, I think Wato's going to beat Doki.
I think they're going to build it up a little bit more. I think Wato loses and then probably has a really good Best of Super Juniors.
Okay. I just think it would be cool to have something new going to Best of Super Junior, but I don't know. I don't think we need to do the fucking, who's going to win to challenge Doki? Just fucking let Wato win this fucking belt already. It's been long enough with him. But yeah, there you go. There's your New Japan talk. We did a long time in New Japan, but whatever. It was interesting this week, I think. A lot of interesting stuff to talk about New Japan. Let's move over to Stardom, which a lot of the other promotions we're talking about, they don't really have as much interesting to talk about, so I don't think we'll go that long on any of them. Like the Stardom show was just kind of a post Osaka Korakuen. Definitely not the most exciting Korakuen they've run. But yeah, this show took place on Friday, February 13th at Korakuen Hall. It was not a great crowd, honestly. It was a crowd of, let me pull it up, 1,138, which was low. But like for a show with like no big draws in the card, their 5th Korakuen in barely over a month. I thought it was a pretty decent number. I honestly thought they might get back into 3 figures for the first time in like over a year and a half, and they didn't really come that close. So it definitely could have been worse. The show opened with Fuwa-chan and Hazuki defeating Aya Sakura and Ane Kanaya in 12 minutes and 59 seconds. Fuwa-chan gets the very first pinfall win of her career, pinning Ane with the Shining Wizard. I forgot to mention, before the show, Suzu Suzuki received an award for donating blood. Good for you, Suzu. Good for being a blood donor. Like when she came out and I remember I was watching the show live because it was 11:30 a.m. show it wasn't 11:30 a.m. show. So I don't know. I guess I was just scrolling through the things and saw people react because I didn't watch it live actually. But yeah, I saw people react who did watch it live react like, is Suzu retiring or something because she had missed a bunch of shows for health reasons, including this one. But no, they were just giving her a award for donating a lot of blood, apparently. So whatever. Aya Sakura and Ane had this adorable dance together when they were coming out, and I was like, how is this woman not in Cosmic Angels yet? What are they waiting for? She's the most like Kozen coded wrestler that's come along in forever. Like, what are we doing here? Just put her in Cosmic Angels. Besides the adorable dance, though, it's kind of just a typical opening tag. Big news, though, is, Fuwa-chan got the win, which is cool. And Ane took an enormous bump right on her neck for that Shining Wizard, which did make it look cool. So she's really good. I really like her as one of the rookies. So, but yeah, perfectly fine match. 3 stars.
Yeah, really solid. Out of all the shows that we have watched for Omakase today, this was the most recent one that I watched. I watched like right before we started recording. And I think that benefited the show a lot for me because I had to go through a lot of mid-level wrestling to get to this. So to see this level of effort like early on in the card was really nice.
I believe John may have just spoiled his thoughts on some of the other shows we're going to talk about. Match number 2, Natsupoi defeating Rion in 11:57 with the fairy ring. Poi refused a handshake before the bell because she can be, as my girlfriend Nicole likes to say, she's a mean girl deep down. She's a very mean girl. But yeah, the twerp went right out for immediately with a fast start. Rion just really attacked her. I'm like, you know what? Much as I love Poi, she kind of deserved that one for refusing to shake her hand. But Poi turned it around and like slammed her really hard on the floor, though. I just thought this match got better and better as it kept going. Poi was dominating for a bit, but Rion slowly started getting some nice near falls, mostly off of roll-ups. She got this like sleeper on Poi at one point and then maneuvered it straight over into this beautiful crucifix bomb. That spot absolutely ruled. Really, really great near fall off of that one. Just a great spot. And Poi just kept kicking Rion in the face after that, but Rion just kept kicking out just when Poi thought she had her beat. She gives her the fairy splash off the top, but instead of covering, then she hits the fairy ring, which was that flip bomb thing she does. And that finally gets the pin. Very good stuff. Rion was a great underdog here. 3 3/4, as Rion often is a great underdog. So yeah, just really enjoyed it.
Fantastic underdog match. Love this match. Might have been the best match on the show to me.
I think there was one there. I liked the last 2 matches a lot too, so it'd be tough between those 3, but it could have been. It could have been the best, and I think I gave them all the same rating. Poi, I liked her. She was like encouraging her afterwards too, which was nice. She was like, "Okay, I'm gonna be nice now that I beat you." Typical Natsupoi. That's why I love her. The next match was Tomoka Inaba and Rana Yagami defeating Maki Ito and Kikyo Furusawa in 7:41. Kikyo, she has a towel now that says Ito Respect Army. She had a t-shirt on the next day in Fuji. I haven't seen that show yet, but that was a VOD show, so I haven't watched it yet. But when she came out here, she was a little better at being a backup dancer than she was the last time they teamed in Osaka when she was really awful at it. So I thought that was kind of cute. But yeah, just a very average match, I thought. Just not much to it. It didn't go that long. Rana pinned Kikyo with like a cross-arm DDT. 2.5. Very average. No thoughts on this one?
No. You summed it up perfect, John.
Micah and Xena defeating Tabata and... God, what is this woman's name? I don't want to trust auto-translate.
India Sue.
Is it India Sue? Is that her name? I'm just going to confirm that. I guess that's right, because she has like a fucking yes, India Sue, you're right. But yeah, because on auto translate gives you, well, it actually almost comes close. It gives you Shu with SHI. But yeah, Micah and Xena defeating. They also put Xena as Gina, by the way. But I get why if you look at the katakana. But yeah, Micah and Xena beat Tabata and India Shu in 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Micah pins Tabata with the Michinoku Driver 2. A little better than the last match, but again, very short and not much to it. So like 2 3/4.
Yeah, it started to get going and then it ended. So
then we had the team of Neo Genesis, Starlight Kid, Azumi, Mei Sierra, and Miyu Amasaki defeating Godzai, Amisore, Lady C, Kyoka Kotatsu, and Nanami Hatano. So yeah, Nanami is booked on a Korakuen instead of a New Blood for a change. That's cool. I guess she really is still in God's Eye, because there was a long time where she hadn't been appearing in Stardom at all, barely even in New Blood. But now she's here and she's on the show. And I really like her. I think especially for how young she is. I think she's only 19. She has really good poise in the ring. And just, she has that Joshi height, the Joshi tall girl height, where she's 5'6" and looks like you're towering in there at 5'6" in Joshi. So, that helps her stand out too. But yeah, just I think she just looks like a good athlete too, which is the other thing. So just definitely stands out, and, wouldn't mind Stardom using her more, even though I believe is she still Diana's champion? She didn't come out with the belt though, so maybe not. Let me see. Nami Hatano, cage match, titles. No, she lost it. Oh, she lost it a while ago. Excuse me. She lost it back in July. Or the tag title. She was the tag. When the fuck was she the champion? She lost the world title in April 2025. Okay. My bad. She had it a long time. She had from January 24 to April 25, but she did lose it to, or she had to vacate it, I guess, and never won it back. Okay. Anyway. Or maybe I think they just vacate their titles at the end of the year. I need Snazzy here to tell me, but I think they vacate their titles at the end of the year, every year anyway, I think, to put on the line some tournament they do. So maybe that's why. Nobody cares. But yeah, she's mostly from Diana, but she does appear in Stardom. I wouldn't mind seeing more of her in Stardom, is the point. But yeah, it was Miyu Amasaki pinning Lady C with her really cool double underhook high angle DDT thing she does, which they translate here as the Tensei. I don't know if that's correct or not. A random thought I had right at the start. If you swapped Kyoka and Miyu, this would be like one of the ultimate Stardom tall versus small matches. Because Miyu is not that tall, but she's 5'4", which again kind of looks tall in Joshi. And then you'd have 5'4", 5'6", 5'7", 5'9" on the one team against like 4'11", 5'0", 4'10", and Kyoka I think is also 5'0". But so you just had to swap Miyu and Kyoka, and it would have been the Stardom tall versus small match. But yeah, very action-packed 8-woman tag, I thought, which was good because the show had kind of entered the doldrums at this point. This match really picked it back up. Azumi and May helped Miyu, and it didn't last that long, but it was good while it lasted. Azumi and May helped Miyu hit this really cool triple spine buster on Lady C, and that set up Miyu hitting that double underhook high angle DDT thing for the pin. 3.5. I enjoyed it.
I want to stress that you said that this show was in the doldrums at this point. This was one of the highest rated shows that I had out of everything that we watched up to this point.
I meant the relative doldrums. Those two, we had two matches back to back that were just there.
Yeah, maybe the doldrum by like Stardom standard, but yeah, if this was on like the Noah show, it would have been the best match on the Noah show by this point.
Oh yeah. Except there might have been one thing I know I like better, but even that, it would have been close. Then we had Itsuki Aoki and Akira Kuragane beating Hanako and Waka Tsukiyama in 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Aoki pinned Waka. This was fine. I mean, the problem with it basically is Hanako just kind of really bores me a lot of the time, and she did here too. Like, she doesn't do anything interesting with being bigger than everybody else. She just like is big, it's like how I feel with her. But yeah, I thought the match picked up a lot when Waka got in, which is not a sentence you get to say every day. And Aoki did end up putting her away. Totally fine by the end, like 3 stars. But yeah, and then Hanako and Akira brawled afterwards, and Hanako like choking her while looming over her menacingly was more interesting than anything she did in the actual match. And it's like, yeah, this woman needs a heel turn really badly. She might actually be good at that, just judging by some limited things she's done where she's kind of being kind of mean. So there you go. I take it by your silence. You don't have anything to say about this one either. So high-speed title. Yuna Mizumori beating Momo Kogo in 12:52 at the Supergirl. Makes her second defense of the belt. I thought this was really fun. Very fun back-and-forth match. What did you expect from these two? And I love like the new dynamic that Yuna Mom brings to these title matches, where she still goes really fast. And, she used to be way heavier. So like she lost a lot of weight while still keeping the muscular form that she has. And she has the muscle still, especially compared to most other Joshi on the roster, but she has great cardio now. So she's much faster and she can do the high speed title matches. But she has like this element where she goes fast, but she'll still just fucking take your head off with a lariat too, which she sure did to Momo at one point late in this match. So there was at one point in this match where Momo, I really thought had it, where she does that awesome leaping flip cradle thing she does. But it turned out that Yuna was like just barely too close to the ropes and was able to hook it with her foot. So that was a great near fall. And Yuna was able to pin her with the Supergirl not long after that. Another 3 3/4, another very good match on this show.
I love the Superman or the Superwoman or the Supergirl pin as a finish. Shout out to Colt Cabana.
It's a great finish. Afterward, poor Komomo looked so sad. I felt so bad for her. I don't know that was like real emotion coming out where you can tell she's never really had a. I don't think has she ever even hold like the artist belts? I doubt it. Let me see. Momo Kongo cage match. Did she hold the artist titles? Am I making? No, she doesn't have a title tab on cage match, so she has not held the that belt or anything else. I mean, she's only been a wrestler since 2019, so it's not like it's that long of a career. But yeah, I mean, you could tell she really wanted it. And, I kind of hope for her. She's not one of my favorites on the roster or anything, but I hope for her sake she gets to hold something at some point. The main event. Well, we got no new challenger, by the way, for Unimon yet, so nobody came out to challenge. Main event was a 12-woman tag. So, Stardom does these big fucking 12-woman tags better than almost anybody, I think. I mean, these 12-person giant tags. Not that many promotions even do them, but they do a really good job with them, and they make them feel like controlled chaos. But yeah, this is Shuri, Hina, Hanan, Yurihime, Suri Ano, and Saika Kurara. So basically a 2 from God's Eye, 2 from Stars, 2 from Cosmic Angels, like all-star babyface team, beating the hate team of Konami, Natsuko Tora, Ruraka, Rina, Azusa Inaba, and Fukigen. So we have 5 Stardom champions here with the artist belts, the white belt, and the tag belts. And then also Azusa is a champion from JTO too. She's the queen of JTO. So really all champion team there. But yes, it was Hina pinning Konami in 15 minutes and 4 seconds with the Mad Splash to set up her title challenge, which I think is for the 28th at Korakuen. Let me see if they officially announced that. It wasn't on the card page last time I checked, but I think they did announce it at some point. Let's see. Trying to find it on the news site. Konami got a win back on Hina at Fuji the next day, which is interesting. But I'm trying to find something about when the match actually is. I could have sworn I saw that it was booked for the 28th. I'm trying to find it. CEO, the Luchador is going to challenge Hazuki for the CMLL Japan Women's title. So, I assume that will also be for the 28th at Korakuen. But yeah, I'm trying to. I can't seem to find anything that says it's going to be. That's going to be for the 28th. So, I guess that might have just been something I saw. Anyway, or something I thought I saw but didn't actually say. So, but yeah, it's confirmed she is challenging, but they didn't. I don't know if they've actually said when. Anyway, now that I killed a bunch of time there unnecessarily, and anyway, but yes, trying to get myself back on the page here. It was Hina getting the pin on Konami, like I just said. This match was very good. It started out with the big ringside brawl with Hate, charging the face for the bell. But Fukigen grabbed one of her fans, like not a person, a paper fan, and beat on Yuna with it. That was kind of funny. Although I have no idea why Daichi allowed it, because he was standing right there. She did it right in the ring in front of him, and he just kind of looked at her. I'm just like, Daichi, that's a weapon. I know it's not that, it's not a physically solid weapon, but it's still a weapon. You should still not let the clown do this. Hanan and Rina started doing judo takedowns to each other and then getting super mad and grabbing each other by the hair. That was awesome. Had the sister fight going, the judo sister fight. Hina hit the jackhammer and the Mad Splash full course on Konami, and that got her the pin. Very good, 3 3/4, another 3 3/4 star match. So yeah, there was enough good. There was nothing on the show that blew me away, but everything on it was pretty damn. The stuff that I expected to be very good was very good. So thumbs up, Korakuen. Any thoughts on the main event of the show as a whole?
It was one of the better Korkins that we watched this week. Yeah, just really solid. Not a lot of like specific notes on like in-ring work or anything like that. Just the level of effort and Stardom is really high, and I don't think it really stands out to people as much until you watch other stuff where it's not there. And then you watch Stardom and it's like, oh my God, everyone here is really good and they try really hard every time.
Yeah, I mean, totally. I totally agree. So what's coming up for Stardom? A show I'm very much looking forward to is the Suriano Homecoming show this Friday on February 20th. So I had speculated last week, right before they announced it officially, that it was going to be Poi and perhaps Poi and Syuri against Zero Knee Line. That was dumb of me because Poi's big rival, I mean, not Poi. Well, kind of Poi too, but Syuri's big rival is Starlight Kid, not Azumi. So and besides the Kyoto versus what's it called? God, why am I blanking on the name of the prefecture now? Kyoto versus whatever Shiga. Thank God, it finally came to me. Kyoto versus Shiga regional rivalry over in Kansai for Miyu and Syuri. Also, they have Syuri's big rival Starlight Kid here, so that match could be really good. It's Syuri and Poi against Starlight Kid and Miyu Amasaki on Friday the 20th. It's not even the only Suriano match we're getting. I'm getting a double dose of Suriano on the show because she's facing Saki Kashima on Saki's rival retirement road here in a singles match, which that could be very funny because Syuri is a great straight woman, has some great facial expressions sometimes. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. But yeah, definitely, my favorite wrestler's homecoming show, and she's going to wrestle twice, so I'm excited. And I'm glad they're doing it. They're bringing it live too, so can watch that right away on Friday. I don't have to wait for VOD or anything. It's in a kind of obscure arena. But Saturday the 21st, they're going to be in Osaka, Ideon 2, also a live show, and that'll be one of the ones I can watch a lot. You can watch live on the East Coast. It's a 1 a.m. Japan time start, which is still 11 p.m. Eastern. Still have a few more weeks of this before they turn the clocks forward again, which I fucking hate when they do that because then we go back to being only 13 hours behind Japan, and this would be a midnight start instead of an 11 p.m. start. So all these these 11:30 a.m. Japan time start Korakuens we're going to talk about that were 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Those are so perfect. I love watching those live. But yeah, Stardom, Ideon 2 on Saturday. Then they're in Kobe on Sunday, another show you could watch live if you're around in the East Coast even, because that's a 1 p.m. Kobe start, and they are showing it live. Monday, they're in Okayama, which is finally the first VOD show. That's Monday the 23rd. And then Saturday the 28th is the Korakuen, which will probably have the white belt match. That hasn't been officially announced yet. And that's another 11:30 a.m. show. Although I don't know if I can watch that one live because that'll be Friday night after probably won't make it home in time. I know I definitely won't make it home in time because it's the New Japan show starts like 8 o'clock, I think, and that'll be 9:30 p.m. So, oh well. But yeah, we'll review the Osaka show and the Syuri Homecoming next week on Omakase, so stay tuned for that. All right, let's go over to Tokyo Joshi. They had the 6th Futari-wa Princess Max Heart Tournament on this past Saturday, February 14th from Korakuen Hall. A crowd of 732 fans, which is pretty much exactly in line what they've been doing for standard Korakuens recently. Obviously, the January 4th Korakuen was all the way up to 1,564, which makes sense. You have the Wrestle Kingdom crowd there. A lot of foreigners like Tokyo Joshi. There's a lot of foreigners in town. Let me tell you, there were a lot of foreigners at the Tokyo Joshi show. And the show last December, that also had an Idol concert, did 910 fans. So I assume the Idol group helped them draw a little more than extra. But before that, the last few Korakuens dating back to last August in 2025 were 730, 719, and 742. So right in line with 732. So very standard here. We got a brand new Up Girl song, which is apparently called Sugar High to start us out. I thought it was a little more rockish. Had like more of a rock sound to it. What did you think of Sugar High?
I'm not gonna lie, I did skip the pre-show concert.
How could you?
I'm the worst.
How could you? A debut song, Eve, of all things, and you skipped it. Wow.
If I knew it was going to be a debut, I would have tuned in. But to be fair, I do usually skim through the NWA Junior shows on DDT as well. So,
not an Idol fan, huh? I get it. The opener here was Ren Konatsu defeating Shion Kanazaki with the step style swan dive missile dropkick in 5:57. Neither of these wrestlers have won a match yet going in, so it was a career first victory on the line here. And it was Ren who got the win. Not surprising, considering she's been doing at this for a lot longer. I just didn't think this was very good. I thought both girls were moving very slowly and tentatively here. Neither girl looked particularly impressive in this match to me here, unfortunately. Just, sometimes you get two wrestlers who are not that experienced, and they just both look very inexperienced together, and that's kind of what happened here. But Shion especially is only a month in, so, you can't really judge her yet. But, yeah, and I've seen Ren look better in other matches, so I'm not, saying, he just didn't have a good night here. 2 stars, kind of bad.
Yeah, green girl wrestling. God bless them. Sometimes you just got to throw everything aside and just go for it, and it didn't feel like they were ready to go for it.
That's a good thing to ask you as a wrestler. How long does it take until you're not green? Is there a match number? Is there a year number? What do you think?
I think it's a mentality thing, and I think it's different for everyone. Because there's times that I watch my stuff back now, and I still feel like I look green. But I'd say somewhere around 2021 is when I started to kind of hit my stride a little bit, where I just felt more confident in the ring. For some people, I think you just need a couple of matches where you just need to go out there and just be put through uncomfortable experiences. Because when I first started, it was like my mentality was I want to get through this and not get hurt because I have my job on Monday. And after a certain while, you're just going through the motions to get through the match. And after a while, you start being able to have thoughts during the match, if that makes sense, of I should do this. This would
you go from total self-preservation mode. I just want to make sure I don't totally embarrass myself or injure myself, to I can actually try to do cool stuff and look cool, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's those first couple of matches, monkey brain kicks in and you're I want to be safe. I cannot break my neck. I do not want to die during this experience. And then after X number of matches, you go, oh, wait a second, I can have fun while I do this. And,
right.
And
that totally makes sense. So for you thought it took a year, is what you're saying. So remember correctly, it debuted in 2020, right?
Yeah, I did. So yeah, about a year and a half or so.
Which makes sense because you're not working nearly as much as they do in Japan.
Right. Yeah, I was on a schedule about once a week, occasionally twice a week. And then maybe 2 weekends, I had 3 matches in a weekend where I'd do one show in one town, and then I'd drive to Tennessee, and there'd be the time change or whatever, and I'd get in an early singles match and then a battle royal or something.
Right, makes sense. But yeah, that makes that time frame makes sense to me. It seems working that schedule about a year to a year and a half, it's okay, now I feel like I can actually. I don't think I'm going to embarrass myself or hurt myself. Now I can actually try to look cool, which makes sense. But yeah, they definitely had Shion, especially in this match, I thought had that mental process of please don't let me die. So yeah. Match number 2, Miyu Yamashita, Kaya Toribami, Himawari, and Shino Suzuki defeated Hyper Misao, Kakeru Sekiguchi, Kila Summer, and Chika Nanase, when Himawari pinned Nanase with the Sunflower Tempest in 7:43. So the best part of this by far is the pre-match. Misao and all the other girls, they come out carrying chocolate because it is Valentine's Day. And Misao tries to give Miyu her chocolate. But Chika says she's even more fond of Miyu and wants to give her the chocolate. And then Kira also wants to do it. And then the funniest one by far is Kakeru, because she doesn't even go here. She's not a roster member, unlike the other three, where you kind of make sense the other three might be in love with the quote unquote leader of the promotion, and which is that role they've given her. But Kakilu is like, it's love at first sight, and wants to give her the chocolate too. I thought was funny. Miyu turns them all down though, because she's like, as leader, I can't choose anybody. I choose everybody. And the other four are like, fuck you for that one. They turned jilted lover and they beat her down with the chocolates. That was pretty fucking funny. But as a match afterwards, I thought it was just all right. I didn't think there was that much to it, but it was better than the opener, somewhere like 2 3/4. But yeah, the pre-match wasn't that long, obviously, 7:43 for an 8-woman tag especially. But yeah, the pre-match angle was by far the funniest and best part of this match.
Yeah, I want to see more of Miyu and Kaya Toribami as a tag team. I thought that had a lot of potential. Yeah, Yamashita is great. I mean,
would have rather seen them in the final than a certain fucking championship tag team. That is for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know what voice I was just doing there, but
it's okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the payoff to the bit. It should have been Yamashita choosing Kakarot because it wouldn't have made any sense. And then they embrace, and then Miyu then feeds her in to take the offense from her teammates. That should have been the payoff to that. But that's just me and my instincts.
That would have been funny too. I like the way they did it with the jilted lovers attack, and I thought was really funny.
Yeah, it was.
Match number 3, Ryo Mizunami, Yuki Aino, and Haru Kazushiro defeating Max the Impaler, Raku, and Palm Harajuku. Yuki pinned Harajuku with the Venus DDT in 11:51. Always love when we get a Ryo Mizunami appearance anywhere, including Tokyo Joshi. It means you get to hear her theme song, which means it's a fucking house party. Apparently Max was like very possessive. She's like fallen in love with Yuki Aino or something, and she's very possessive of her. She kept trying to pull her over to her corner, and that also offended Raku, I guess, is like the original Max the Impaler like possession or whatever. Kind of funny. But yeah, Aniki wanted to start with Max, but Palm wanted to fight her instead, which earned a chant from Korakuen, but that went about as well from Palm Harajuku as you'd expect it to go. She did not last against Aniki very long. But yeah, fine little, mostly comedy match. I went 3 stars on it. Had fun with it.
Yeah, Max the Impaler is incredible, and I don't know that they'll ever get their due as much as they deserve, but I love Max. Every time I see Max.
They do the serious wrestling really well, but they're just a great comedy wrestler in this company. So
yeah, they're a great straight person to like anybody that's doing like wacky comedy. They toe the line like so well. I just love Max. Max is fantastic.
Oh, by the way, so this came up much earlier. I'm apologies to Chris Sams if he listened to that part. I don't even know if he listens every week or if he listens to New Japan Cup or not, but he did put in the Voice Wrestling Slack about the New Japan Cup bracket challenge. I will put a link to it in the description because I think it'll be because basically he said to us tonight on the Voice Wrestling Slack, and he said it will go wide tomorrow. So there's no way this episode will be going up tonight. It'll be going up tomorrow morning at the earliest, as in Tuesday the 17th. So by the time all of you are listening to this, it'll be available. So I'm going to put the New Japan Cup Pick'em contest in the description, and you'll all be able to see it. So yes, there is a New Japan Cup Pick'em. I apologize for not seeing that earlier. Actually, you know what? He put that in while we were recording, so it's not even something that I missed. Necessarily. It might have even been before we got to that. So it might have been after we got to that, I mean. So yeah, he is doing the prediction contest. It should be live as you're listening to this. So go check that out and submit your predictions if you want to show how much smarter you are than me. I'm going to submit one too, and we'll see how my predictions do. I never do very well in these prediction things, so I'm never good at predicting Gato because Gato always does something stupid, in my opinion. So I need to think stupid, I guess.
But hey, Chris Samsa sent you the link while we were doing it, so technically we still are the first people to turn in our New Japan brackets for this year.
That is true. I think some people probably did in the Slack already, but yeah. The Iron Man heavy metal. Oh, what I was going to try to say about Maxime Pale. This part I totally lost track of before. we talked about, or I think it was actually, might have been Odd Jobs, friend of the show Odd Jobs, who said this in the DDT channel recently, that like there's a lot of foreigners who come over to DDT and think they have to really overact, which is not the vibe at all, really. Like, especially when you're trying to play the straight person, you should not be overacting. And Max understands it. So, because Tokyo Joshi obviously has very similar comedic vibes to DDT with their comedy, and they understand that the job here is to, you know, you don't have to oversell how funny everything is as a straight person. Like, you can just, if you react more, in fact, usually if you react more low key, it's fucking funnier. So they get it and they make it when that's why they're so effective in that role. So yeah, putting over Max the Impaler, definitely they do a good job. Iron Man heavy middleweight title, Aja Kong defeated Mahio Kiryu with a backdrop in 6:58 to become the 1,805th champion. For all I know, she could have lost it already by now, but I'm not sure if she had, because obviously the 24/7 belt. But yeah, I like this. I thought Mahiro just tried to like survive Aja Kong for a while before she finally put her away. It just kind of felt like she was really holding her own. And, you know, Mahiro, you know, she's more of a comedy wrestler too, but I thought this was like one of her best performances I've ever seen. I thought for only a 7-minute match that was, you know, just a kind of a normal like Aja Kong versus underdog match, I thought it was pretty good. I went 3 1/4. You know, I like this. So
I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think this might have been my favorite match on the show.
It's definitely a hot take because there's 2 matches I liked a lot. But yes, that is kind of a hot take.
Fair enough. Yeah, I liked the dynamic of Kiryu actually really trying. And then the commentary actually really helped in this one too, when Kiryu was doing the typical like prayer gimmick, or the, you know, where she puts her knees down and like bows and asks for forgiveness. And commentary basically said, "Oh, she's asking for forgiveness for what she's about to do."
Yeah.
She proceeded to kick ass, and it was really good. Like, yeah, I mean, it wasn't very substantial, but like Aja was trying, Kiryu was trying, and yeah, it was just something different. So I always enjoy the gimmick of the comedy wrestler that like plays it straight for once. Yeah. And Kiryu was definitely going for it. So
then we had Suzume and Ariso Endo defeating the team, of course, of Daisy Monkey, defeating Shoko Nakajima and Sarah Phoenix when Suzume pinned Phoenix with the Ring a Bell in 9:49. So Sarah Phoenix is from Chile, apparently. Yeah, I thought this was a fine little tag match. Really just nothing super memorable here. I wrote down in my notes, hopefully they have big plans for Suzume and Alice this year, because they both feel like they should be doing more by now. They did have a big plan for Suzume, and it made me very happy later on, which we'll get to. But yeah, 3 stars. Totally fine match. Just nothing that stood out here, really.
Yeah, pretty paint by the numbers. I think that Yuri still holds the title for best South American wrestler. So shout out to Yuri if you're listening.
Yeah, from DDT. Match number 6, Miyu Watanabe. My bad. I'm confusing with the other Chilean wrestler. Yeah. Yuri, who's on our podcast. I'm sorry. Who the fuck is the one I was thinking of? There's a DDT South American wrestler. I can't remember who the fuck now I can't remember his name.
I'm not going to be able to help.
Let me see if I can find it real quick, because I'm just curious. He just appeared really recently. So if I go to the last Korakuen, I think I'll find it. But he's pretty good. Yeah. Uni's not the one. Uni's Japanese. That might have been where I got confused. But let me see if I can find him. I
know who you're talking about now. I don't remember their name, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I can picture his fucking face in my head, but I cannot think of his name. And it's driving me crazy.
He's kind of short, but he's good.
He's kind of short, but he's good. That's a great description. I'm gonna find it. It's gonna bother me until I find it, so I'm gonna find it. Okay, it doesn't appear to have been the last Korakuen. Let me try the January 3rd one I was at.
I think he's like really, really part-time. Like I only remember
he doesn't appear that often. But what he does, it's usually pretty good. So I think he teamed with Chris Brooks. Let me see if that'll help me.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Because I think they formed that new stable, Phantomas Dramatic, which is Brooks, Harashima, Antonio Honda, Hinata Kasai. But I think he teamed with them. I'm trying to find it now, and it's driving me crazy.
The last time I remember him there, it was part of like CCK, like or Schadenfreude International, like the traditional.
Yeah, I really can't find him. Well, I hate when I have to leave the listener on but I really can't seem to find this guy's name. Yeah.
I love that me putting over Yuri is.
I just cannot fucking find this man's name. Wow. Because Yuni's a Japanese man, so that's definitely not who I was thinking of. But it'll just be forever a mystery until someone. It'll be if Oddjob's listening to this part of the show, because he's gonna listen to every part of every show. He will definitely have it, so he'll have it for us in the Discord, like probably an hour after it goes up. But I can't think of his name, and I cannot find it on a card, and I really probably shouldn't kill any more time trying to fucking find it. So, but yes, he's a South American man. He's a tiny man, and I remember thinking he's quite good. Also, Hoshi Tango's South American, but I don't know if I'd say he's any kind of great wrestler. But yeah, he was in DNA. Remember in DNA? I don't know if you go far back enough actually to watch DNA, but I just cannot fucking think of his name. Anyway, someday I'll figure it out. But probably gonna be the moment we end this fucking show. But the next match was Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi defeating Yuki Arai and Mifu Ashida when Miyu pinned Ashida with the teardrop in 1755. This I thought was really good. So, okay. The team here of Yuki and Mifu is because they're both from Kyoto, apparently. And obviously the other team is Daydream, which is Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi. They've been a tag team. They've won the tag titles before. But this is a hype match for the big Miyu versus Yuki main at Ryogoku next month. So it started with some fun comedy with Mifu just sticking her pom-pom in Rika's face. That was very rude of her, honestly. I couldn't really blame Rika for just fucking interrupting her cheer by choking her. But the crowd got very mad at her and booed her. I mean, Rika is the closest thing this promotion has to a heel sometimes. So, but really, she was fucking justified here. She should have gone like, "Why are you booing me? I'm right." Because like, who sticks pom-poms in somebody's face? That's from the music video of the opening of this podcast, Shin Takarajima. They stick pom-poms in someone's face. But anyway, Miyu and Yuki, though, they had this fucking really high energy confrontation later in the match. So Miyu was kind of in the middle of this exchange with Mifu, who is the actual legal woman, and just kind of like sees Yuki out of the corner of her eye and just fucking is like, you know what? Fuck this girl. And just charges at her and just starts beating her ass. But then Yuki survives the batting hammer on the apron, which looks fucking brutal, by the way, and then grabs her and gives her this incredibly sick full Nelson slam all the way from the apron to the floor. That looked like such a fucking nasty landing. Miyu Watanabe fucking just hits the ground with a fucking thud. But as to show like what an unbeatable monster Miyu Watanabe is, she comes back and wins this match anyway. She recovers and hits the teardrop on Mifu for the back of the ring, gets the win. I thought this was great. I thought they made Miyu and Yuki look like monster versus monster. Because Yuki Arai, as we've talked about on the show before, as they'd always talk about in English commentary too, has gotten much more muscular since he is no longer an idol and has to fit in idol costumes anymore. And she's a little taller than Miyu. She's like 5'5" versus 5'4". And they made both these girls look like fucking beasts here. Like Miyu always looks like she has this like vibe of like being unbeatable, but you never really resent her for it either. Like somehow it really works for her. But you know, fucking Yuki goes right in her face, survives her throwing her shot at her, and like just fucking slams her off the apron. And you're like, okay, here we fucking go. But then Miyu recovers and wins the match anyway, which even puts her over as an even bigger monster too. So yeah, very good hype match for the Sumo Hall main event, which I'm way more hyped for now. And I really don't know who's winning that either. It really could be either way to me. So yeah, 3 3/4 for this. I thought this was really good.
Yeah, I thought it was a really solid match. The bump that Watanabe took off the apron was insane, to the point that I actually was questioning if she was really hurt, because she was down for a long time before they ever started the count. So it kind of felt like all right, we need to do something to like get this thing over with kind of situation, as opposed to like part of the match. My problem with it was I wish they had really committed to it and gone all the way with her being injured. And I'm not saying it should have necessarily been a count out, but I think to really sell Arai being a strong challenger and making people think that there's a chance of a title change, I would have liked to have seen her not necessarily make the comeback that she did, because it made that really big bump that she took feel like it wasn't as important as it actually was. And, you know, I'm sure they'll still tell the story of she has an injured back, like coming into the big match, and she may even lose the title, like who knows. But I think if you're trying to set that up as like your big angle for a title match, I think her rolling back in and having to have her partner finish, or having Yuki Arai win, especially with her having Mifu as a partner who's not necessarily booked as strong as the three other women in the match, I think them winning and it being like, okay, Yuki Arai won definitively, I think that would have been a stronger angle. But I did really like the match.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But I thought like Miyu recovering and then winning after taking that bump was like crazy. And I think it made her look like a monster, which is cool because that's kind of her whole thing. She's like kind of unbeatable. So, but yeah, we'll see. I guess. I mean, I don't think it, but like Yuki still looked really cool too, go toe to toe with her and slamming off the apron. So I like the way they did a lot actually. But yeah, we'll see. I guess as we get closer. We still got a while to go to Ryogoku, so we'll see how things go. The semi-main event, the International Princess title, Mirai defeated Toga with the Lariat in 10:24 to make her first defense. 10 and a half minutes of just great stuff here. Like early on, Mirai is like actually blocking Toga's forearms instead of just doing another like pure strike exchange. I really like when they do little like twists like that. And she was even like taunting her while doing it before hitting her own like forearms, which I thought was like great, like outsider heel type energy. Mirai then went after her arm for a little bit, but Toga was able to get back in control of the match, and she hit this avalanche fall away slam that looked quite nice. That got a near fall. But Mirai suddenly got an armbar out of nowhere, tried to slowly transition that into a stretch muffler, but Toga was able to make the ropes to break it. And then Mirai ends up pinning her with the big left arm lariat to retain. Yeah, I thought it was a very good physical match. I wish they got a little more time, honestly. And I could have gone 4 on it. As it is, I went 3 3/4. And I think the tag just now, the Miyu and Yuki tag, was still my match of the night. But yeah, this was still really good too. And you know, I think Mirai brings another great worker to these cards, which I think is nice. I mean, I think it's great having her around in Tokyo Joshi. I mean, I just watched her in. We're not talking about this show because we already have enough to talk about, and I didn't watch the whole show. But I just watched her in Just Tap Out they put up another show on their YouTube from the 15th, and she's a great addition to their roster too. So
yeah, she has a really great star presence. I mean, it feels like she's right on par with every like top level wrestler in the promotion. I think I was a bit lower on it than you. There was a lot of stuff just up and down the card that was like a little bit sloppy, and I feel like Toga was just a little bit sloppy in this match. Which, like, I've followed Toga for the last like 5 years or so, and I've always been really high on her, and her strikes are really good, but I don't know, it felt to me that she underperformed a little bit in the spot that she had. I mean, Mirai is just really good, and it just felt like Toga wasn't quite on her level. So, and then they also just didn't have a lot of time to really get anything going.
well, yeah, I guess we're a little different on that one then. Afterward, Mirai praised Toga and then said she wants to defend the title next month at Ryogoku against the challenger she has in mind, someone she's always wanted to fight. And I was like, please let it be Suzume. Please let it be Suzume. And she was indeed Suzume, her former tag partner in B-Stars. So former International Princess Champion Suzume has a chance to win the belt back for Tokyo Joshi against her former partner next month at Ryogoku, which is on March 29th, month and a half away. But yeah, I fucking love Suzume. I love Mirai. Cannot wait for that fucking match. Then we had the main event. Now, if this show ended here, it would have been good vibes all around. Thumbs up. Enjoyed it. I enjoyed it more than the undercard, more than you did, clearly. Unfortunately, it didn't end here because we had the Futariwa Princess Max Heart Tournament Final. Ober Eats, Yuki Kamifuku, and Wakana Uehara defeating Mizuki and Uta Takami when Uehara pinned Takami with the Sushi Tornado in 14:25. Okay. Ober Eats fucking sucks, first of all. They're no good. They had a match that was 3.5 stars recently. I don't remember what it was. I guess their last defense. And for them, that felt like a miracle because I never enjoyed this tag team. Yuki Kamifuku is not a super worker. She's not. Kamiyu is a nice girl by all counts. I've actually talked to her once. She was doing this thing during COVID where she was offering Japanese lessons to random fans, like English speaking fans, which I actually took her up on. She was incredibly nice. And didn't give much of an English lesson, to be honest, but it was very clearly just paid. She's trying to make money by being paid to be cute on Zoom during COVID, which was totally fine. And didn't charge that much, so good on her. But yeah, I mean, Kamiyu was very, very nice woman by all accounts. She's not. I don't even think she will think she's a super worker or anything, but she has good charisma. She's been in great tag teams before. The problem is you need a better worker than Wakana to really make a team with her work, and Wakana's just not very good. I've never gotten it with her. She never does anything that interesting in these matches. She never I mean, I guess she's popular with the foreign fans because she eats a lot or whatever. I she's a social media presence. I don't know if that's why they're pushing her, but her matches never seem to get that big a reaction in Japan to me either. I don't know. I did not enjoy this. I pretty much never enjoy them, and the fact that Mizuki is a really good wrestler. I mean, I've seen her have how many great matches over the years, and this being so bad makes me more inclined to blame it on Ober Eats. And Uta Takami, I mean, she's pretty green, I guess, still, but she's a really good rookie. And again, I'm not inclined to blame her either for this match not being great. I mean, they started right away with a blown Rana spot with Uta and Wakana. And then Mizuki did get a nice dive to the floor. But this didn't work. This really didn't work. Probably the best part of the match was when Kamiyu came in and just utterly dominated Uta with her massive height advantage and almost because Uta is one of the shortest wrestlers on the roster and nearly 1 foot pinned her. That was cool and made Kamiyu look cool. But then she tagged out to Wakana way too fast and I was like, God damn it, Wakana's back because I was really enjoying that finally. I don't know. I barely took any of their notes for the rest of this match because I was simply not enjoying it. I didn't think anything good or interesting was happening. The tag title scene is just a drag on this promotion. And when you think of all the great tag teams that this promotion has had over the years, Mizuki and Yuka Sakazaki, and Daydream, and Shoko Nakajima and Hyper Misao. I can never remember their tag team name, but and Daisy Monkey. And all these fucking great tag teams, and Miyu Watanabe and Maki Ito. This has been a great tag team promotion. How the fuck is Ober Eats, this shitty fucking team, the first one to win this tournament as champions? That is bullshit. That almost makes me even madder that they fucking put this fucking shitty team as the one to be the first team to win the tournament as champions. This sucked. 2 stars, and even that might be generous. And it's mostly for when Kamiyu was in there. I can't stand Wakana. I don't care how much you eat. Just get the fuck off my screen.
I like Wakana more than you do. Something just didn't click in this match, and I thought it started to click near the end, and then it ended. And it never got the chance to really build any positive momentum, which I sort of felt with the Mirai match too. like, I think
It
there's
wasn't even that
something
long. It was like 14 minutes.
right. Like, I think there's something to be said for, yeah, it makes sense to hit your peak and then go home. But then sometimes you just want to live in the peak for a little bit and just have time to enjoy, like, okay, this is a good match or this is a great match. And I don't think there was any time to live in that moment. And I think the finish, like, fans really wanted a great match. And then the finish was like, like a crossroads out of like a Cobra Clutch or something. Like, it wasn't anything particularly visually impressive. And so it just felt really flat.
Yeah, Wakana doesn't have any moves that look visually impressive, I don't think. I know, I'm world's number one Makana Uehara hater, but like, just I don't get it with her. Like, I don't understand why she's like, this promotion has plenty of young wrestlers who I like. Why is she the one getting this push? That's what I don't get. Is it really just the social media stuff? Is that really it? Because I look at her. It's not like, I mean, Daisy Monkey are getting pushed, but I look at her. I look at Alice Endo. I look at Suzume. You have two great fucking wrestlers. Why aren't one of them in this position? I mean, maybe you're just like, oh, they have to push somebody else. Then fucking, I would have rather had fucking, Uda Takami here. So I don't know. Just like, give it to Kira Summer. I think Kira Summer's a better wrestler than Wakana. I mean, there's really Himawari. Himawari's a better wrestler than Wakana. There's a lot of people on this fucking roster who are better wrestlers than Wakana. So I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Yeah, and it was sort of just baffling. Like, they didn't really do an angle or anything afterwards. Like, the champion.
Well, the angle was them being like, "Hey, we beat everybody in the promotion, so we want outside challengers now." And they're like, "Okay." So that's now booked for Grand Princess. It is Ober Eats versus X and X, which sure will probably be an AEW team. Hooray! There's one thing I love more than anything. It's more than just AEW in general. It's the AEW women's division. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. The show is. I mean, it wasn't a bad show. I liked the show up until the main event, but it fucking ended on such a wet fart. Like, when a show has a main event that's not good, it really makes the whole show feel worse than it was, in my opinion. And that definitely happened here. So, but I don't even think you liked the undercard as much as I did. So,
Right.
Yeah. Grand Princess next month, March 29th. We have Yuka Sakazaki and Konosuke Takeshita. Their mystery opponents are now revealed as Hyper Misao and Super Sasadango Machine, which is that could be funny. I'm definitely not gonna say that won't be funny. Takeshita and Dango could definitely do some cool stuff together, I think. We have the aforementioned Princess Tag Title match with the X and X against Ober Eats. Can't fucking wait for that, as you can probably tell. But then we have two matches that I am legitimately fucking pumped for, which is Mirai versus Suzume for the International Princess title, and Miyu Watanabe versus Yuki Arai for the Princess of Princess title. I mean, those are two matches that, like, March 29th can't get here fast enough for me. So definitely very excited for those two title matches at least. But yeah, there's your Tokyo Joshi talk. Let's move over to Noah, unfortunately. We got 3 promotions left. We're already over 3 hours in. So we'll see if we can get through these a little fast. Plus, it's almost midnight here on the East Coast, and Nicole's going to get mad at me if I keep going much longer. I'm sure you want to go to bed at some point, too. Noah, the February 11th Korakuen, it did their normal great Korakuen attendance of 1,598. We got Naomichi Marufuji wheeling out Shinjiro Otani to start. So he has a new YouTube channel. He said it's been 4 years since he was last in Korakuen, and says pro wrestling really is the best. And he was so emotional to the crowd chanting his name. And you might as well turn the show off here, because it definitely doesn't get any better than that. 8-man tag opener. Kaito Kiyomiya, Galliano, Harutoki, and Midori Takahashi defeating Manabu Soya, Hajime Ohara, Yuto Koyanagi, and Hiroto Tsuruya in 606. Galliano pinning which one did he pin? He pinned Koyanagi because the auto translates off, so I had to match it now. He pinned Koyanagi in 606 for the Galliano special. So, okay, again, Oddjob's getting his second shout out in the episode. He gave a great primer. I had mentioned the last time we talked about Noah, I don't remember if it was the last episode or 2 weeks ago. I think it was the last episode, that I could not tell these rookies apart. And he gave me a primer on these rookies. So I might as well share that with my listeners who are not in the Voice Wrestling Discord. So, if you're like me and you could not tell these Noah rookies apart yet, Midori is the one in dark blue trunks, which I guess makes sense because his name means green in Japanese, and green and blue are kind of the same thing in Japanese. But yes, he's the one in dark blue trunks, and he's, quote, to quote Oddjobs directly, he's, quote, a guy, I guess. So apparently not standing out so far of the three. Surya is the one who wears silver trunks. He's apparently an MMA Nepo baby, as Oddjobs described him because he has like a famous dad in MMA, apparently. He tries some submission stuff as a result. And Yuto is the one in black trunks, and he called him the one to watch. He said he does some ambitious stuff, and he thinks he might have had some experience already. He's also the one the crowd seems the most into, but I think he's also the shortest of the three. So he's probably not if they're going to pick one to push as like a future main eventer, because right, he's 180. Yeah, Koyanagi is only 173 centimeters. So that's like, I think like 5'8" or something, probably, I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah, definitely the shortest of the three. So he probably is junior bound. I mean, he's like on the heavier side too, so he might be able to get by as a short heavyweight, especially in Noah. But I doubt they're going to pick a shorter guy as a future ace, probably. But and obviously there's another rookie that we'll get to. And him I'm way more familiar with. He's actually in the junior tag league already. But yeah, this was your standard it was an all right opener. Mainly the rookies doing drop kicks and stuff. And as much as I appreciate Oddjobs' primer, I can't say any of these three made a big impression on me in the 6 minutes here. Although Yuto, I guess, did show decent fire. I could see it. But yeah, 2 3/4. Any of the rookies stand out to you?
I feel like they all kind of stand out in the same way right now. And
that they exist in Noah?
Yes, but that's also extremely exciting because in the entire 5 to 6 years that I've been keeping up with Noah regularly, there hasn't been any. So
yeah. It's like, here's Daiki Otoshima. Hope you like him because he's the only one we have. We have two rookies. They possibly did a sexual assault and they're both fired.
And then surprise, Daiki Otoshima is great, so he's not a rookie anymore. 2 months in. Which, I mean, fair, because, he is. But, yeah, I mean, the rookies are pretty standard fare, but, I mean, also good on Noah for just having rookies at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have actual rookies finally for the first, a rookie class of 4 fucking people is more than they've had. You said 5 or 6 years. I can't remember the last time. I legitimately cannot remember the last time they had this many rookies. It feels like it's been over a decade at least. I mean, I've been watching them off and on, since 2002, and I really cannot remember them ever having a rookie class like this. This promotion they've been, as we talked about before on this podcast, and I talked about my flagship appearance last December too. They possibly had the worst dojo in all of Japan over the last 2 decades of their entire existence, basically. So, the fact that they finally recruited some guys and they finally got them to debut, it feels like a big win for them, and we'll see. I mean, Ozawa obviously got a big push when he was pretty much one of their only rookies. Kaito got a big push when he was one of their only rookies. And I think out of sheer necessity, if nothing else, one of these 3 rookies, is going to get a big push. So we'll see which one it ends up being. One at least. It could be multiple for all we know. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think we've had the conversation before too about the concept of Noah's dojo and how many people have dropped out because they haven't debuted any rookies, and how many people have been lost in that system based on them not being deemed good enough to be performing in front of people. And I just wonder how many great wrestlers we've lost because they didn't have everything together on day one. because Daiki Otoshima is the exception to every rule in the way that he is an amazing wrestler, and he'd be an amazing wrestler in any generation. He could debut now. It could have been 20 years ago. Everyone's going to think Otoshima is amazing. But I wonder how many good wrestlers we've lost because whoever's in charge of the Noah dojos said, oh, your front rolls aren't good enough. Oh, your quarter rolls aren't good enough. And I think it's part of a bigger discussion of like what goes into wrestling training and how we get these guys ready to wrestle in front of crowds. Because some people excel in running drills and doing the performative stuff that looks good to trainers versus how many people are able to create the emotional connection with the crowd, which is at least equally important in the part of being a pro wrestler. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just a whole conversation to be had about, you know, the practice of fundamentals and basics versus guys that can't do the fundamentals and basics on like a really good level, but they're able to project themselves and come across as stars. Because if you look at the history of pro wrestling, there's a lot of guys that were able to be really good stars that didn't have the fundamentals down ever versus especially on day one. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a whole thing for Noah to look at internally.
Yeah, I assume there must have been like a philosophical shift, is what I would assume. Like, because to suddenly get these people through like all at once, you know, it seems like it must have been like a philosophical shift.
Someone got fired.
Well, I think what's his name is still in charge of the dojo, as far as I know. He's still the chairman. Masa Kitamiya. But it wouldn't surprise me if they just told him, "Hey, buddy, we got to see some fucking rookies here at some point." And he was right. It's also not like he was the trainer the entire fucking 20 years, obviously. So, right. You know, I don't know exactly when he became the head trainer. It could have even been recent enough that we're just starting to see the results of him now. I don't know. I mean, a good question to ask somebody who pays even closer attention to Noah than I do. Maybe again, I feel like he's getting so many mentions on the show. Odd Jobs might know, so maybe he'll post it in the Discord after. But yeah, it feels like something shifted, and hopefully from here they get. I mean, it's been wild to me just with the amount of money they have behind them now at Cyber Agent that they still haven't been able to recruit and get people out the door. So maybe that's finally changing. Maybe it just took a while because they haven't really owned the promotion that long. I mean, 7 years is a long time, but when you think about, when the fuck did they buy Noah? Was it 2019? When did Cyber Agent buy Noah? Oh no, January 2020. So it's been 6 years. That was close. But I mean, that's when you think about how long it takes for like New Japan's about to debut a guy in the dojo who's been in the dojo for 3 years. And that's a little bit long, but that's not, there's people who take a year or two in the dojo before they debut. And right. You have to recruit those people first and find them and get them in the door. And then some of them don't work out, even when the best of times. So yeah, I mean, maybe this all just takes time to ramp up. And hopefully from here, because we need another major league men's heavyweight promotion in Japan, actually fucking training people and getting people in the ecosystem. Because all Japan's sure not going to fucking do it. So we need somebody else doing it. Anyway, so match number 2, we went on a big tangent there when I said we need to be quick. Mark True and Kieran Lacey. Some of these matches I have nothing to fucking say about, so whatever. Mark True and Kieran Lacey beat Amakusa and Blackman Soray in 6-17, which was a battle of winless teams from night 1. So it was True pinning Blackman Soray with the True Star Press. I didn't think there was much to this one. I kind of wish they had followed up on Menso's near success from the last time, the first Korakuen we talked about with the tag league on last week's episode, instead where he was where I thought maybe they would run a thing where like, oh, he gets so close, he gets close again. This really just felt like a squash for the Brits and not an interesting one. And then plus True under rotate on the closing shooting star press and nearly broke his neck. So 2 1/4, not below average match.
I thought it was fun, but I wrote that I feel like they should sign True and Lacey if they get the chance. I think they'd be really solid additions to the junior division. And I also really like the dynamic between Amakusa and Blackman Soray. I I have like a sweet spot for like a really strong champion and like a partner that's made out of glass. And
Tana and Captain New Japan. That's what I always think of with this one.
exactly. Yeah. Like that, the ace that's so strong that he has to carry his partner to win, and he has to break up every pin. That's what I liked about the match was pretty much every pin Omakase was breaking up when Mansouri was getting pinned, because he's like, fuck, I can't leave this dude alone for 5 seconds or he's going to lose for us. So,
that is fun.
Yeah.
That is fun.
Yeah. I like that part. But yeah, uneventful match, but I enjoyed it.
Match number 3, Tadasuke and Jun Masaoka from Team 2000X beating Team Noah, a unit that still exists for some reason. Atsushi Kotoge and Hiroki. Jun pins Hiroki in only 4-13, and that made them 2-0 at this point and dropped Kotoge and Hiroki to 1-1. Kotoge got a nice little start to the match, including a tope con hilo on both heels to the outside, but it only went 4 minutes, so not much of anything ultimately. 2 3/4. It was all right.
We're going to keep it short, I promise. But the thing, when we were talking about the Aaron Wolf and Ren Narita match, I think there's a way that you can get over cheating heels that win matches. And I think the way that they did the finish on this one was just totally wrong, because it made Kotoge and Hiroki look like bigger geeks to lose in the way that they did. If you're going to try and get over cheating heels as being able to cheat to win that way, you've got to do that over young guys. You've got to do it over your rookies, because that's what makes sense. Like, oh, these guys haven't been around long. They don't know how to overcome the tricks. They haven't seen anything. They're going to lose to basic heel tactics. Whereas when you have Kotoge and Hiroki lose to guys like this in that way, it's like, I don't know. It just feels like a throwaway of just
they're veterans. They should know something about this.
Exactly. Like, we've all consumed this type of media for years and years and years, and it just doesn't make any sense to have guys that have been around this for this
20 fucking years. Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. It totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Then we had Daga and Daiki Odashima beating Eita and Katsumi Inabata in 8:35. Daga pinning Katsumi with the Diablo Wings. So that moves them to 1-1. This was about a winless team, so Eita and Katsumi were now 0-2. So Katsumi is the other rookie who was formerly Fire Katsumi and Just Tap Out. So I, as I mentioned earlier, I do watch Just Tap Out a little bit here and there. So I'd seen him before. So he's the one Noah rookie that I do know. And he's also like the Noah rookie in name only, because he's been wrestling since like 2021, I think. So, you know, he decided basically that he wanted to go back in the Noah dojo and build himself up instead of just being this indie guy who signed there, which is kind of cool, I guess. But, you know, he's really a rookie in name only. He has 5 years experience, I've seen, or something like that. And I've seen him have plenty of really good matches before. So, but yeah, this was a good match. This was, I think, match of the night. Yeah, I don't think anything else on the show was even close, actually. You know, just really good shit. Intense chop exchange early with Daiki and Katsumi. And Eita later on kept the chops going on Daiki, whose chest was like beat red only 5 minutes in. And just why did this only go 8.5 minutes? They were fucking rocking here, and it fucking was over way too quick, especially compared to the other stuff that dragged on this show. 3.5 stars, good match of the night. Should have got more time.
Agreed.
Then we had the last junior tag league match of the night, which was the betraying brothers against the betrayed brothers. It was Alpha Wolf and Kai Fujimura, who each betrayed their brother to join Team 2000X, facing their brother. How many times can I say brother? Dragon Bane and Alejandro. Dragon Bane, of course, being Alpha Wolf's brother, and Alejandro being Kai Fujimura's brother. I don't know. I didn't over-explain that probably, but you never know who's not watching any of this and just listening. Kai beat Alejandro, so he pinned his brother in 11:22. Now I'm doing it on purpose. With the Death Hanger, and that made them 2-0 and dropped Dragon Bane and Alejandro to 1-1. So the match started out hot. Bane and Alejandro did a dive on both of their siblings and ran wild from there. But it slowed down a little bit with Yoshitatsu doing he did like this weirdly low-key attack. I don't know how else to describe it with the nightstick. Like he kind of just wandered over and was like, you know what? Like it just looked really weird to me how low-key that attack looked. And that turned it around for the heels though. Bane got it going again with a great hot tag. Another truly beautiful dive into the 5-minute call. But it was just a setup for another Team 2000X fuck finish with the crowd very lightly booing. And I do mean very lightly booing. Kai laid on his brother kind of like he wanted to have sex with him or something. It was very disturbing. Weird and bad. And then he hung him again. Why not? 3 stars for the spots, the cool spots they did, but we really did not need 2 Team 2000X teams in this tournament doing the same fucking stick. So
I don't think history is going to look very well on Kai Fujimura. He's a good wrestler, but it's not coming together right now.
I buried him last week, and it's so bad at this fucking like. Why are you laying on across your brother like you kind of want to hump him? What am I supposed to be getting out of this? It's gross and not in a funny way or a good way. It's just it doesn't make me want to boo you. It makes me want to stop watching you. Like just ugh. Like, what are you doing, sir? Anyway, next up, GHC Tag Team titles. Tetsuya Naito and Bushi beating Kenta and Hayata. Bushi pinning Hayata in 14-12 with the MX. They make the first defense of their GHC Tag Team titles here. Naito, for as much as people hate on him, still got a massive reaction coming out here. And there are a lot of Los Tranquilos fans in the building, so you can tell he was a draw here for his this show sold out incredibly quickly, apparently, even for Noah Korakuen when they had announced that this tag title match was happening. So I thought this match, it was going pretty okay until we got the big botch, which in this case was the Tornado DDT on the ropes. Time stood still before they just repeated the spot. I'm amazed they even hit it the second time. And Naito, buddy, you got to stop trying some of these spots. You cannot do them between your knee and your eye. I say this out of love. Please stop. I did like when Hayata just kind of blocked the Destino with a side slam at one point, which I thought was a clever way to just get out of having to do that move. He also ducked the miss from Bushi and nearly had him pinned, whatever his finish is called, I can't remember. But Naito pulled the ref out of the ring, and that 4th member from Europe, I guess his name is Angel Reyes, showed up and did a run-in. And I'm just thinking, yes, that is what Noah needs. More run-ins. We don't get enough of that on Noah shows, so thank God I have a second unit doing run-ins. Bushi then hits the MX on Hayata for the pin to retain. I went 2.5 on it. I didn't hate it, but there were a lot of, and that's apparently, again, I'm a Naito fan. I'm biased towards him. I didn't think he looked that bad besides that one blown spot, but it's not like he looked good or anything either. But Bushi tried and they did some stuff that was okay, but even beyond the blown spot, another run-in, guys, you guys got to stop with the run-ins. We also now have Manabu Soya came out to challenge, and I don't think there's any word yet on who his partner's going to be unless I've missed it since this show, but imagine if it's Saxon Huxley. Oh boy.
Yeah. I want Naito to gain more weight. I want him to get even larger. I want him to keep eating, and I want him to be a big man, and I want him to stop trying to do anything athletic and just hit people really hard because he's still good at that. And if we had a match where Naito was just doing the elbows to the back of the head spot that he always does, that'd be awesome. And if we could teach him how to do a roaring elbow, I think we could have the second coming of 2018 Chris Hero here. But he insists on trying to do the flippy stuff. And it would be so much better if he just gave it up. And I don't think he's terrible, but I think it's just a mentality thing with him where he's just got to realize, hey, I can't wrestle the same way. I can still be good, but I can't do the same things that I used to.
Yeah, probably. And he's a very stubborn man, so I'm sure he just doesn't want to do that. But hopefully he gets it through his non-Spanish speaking skull at some point. The main event, oh boy, GHC heavyweight title. Yoshiki Inamura defeats Takashi Sugera in 1939 with the discharge to make his fourth successful defense. Okay. First of all, Stuart Fulton pointed out when Takashi Sugera was making his entrance on commentary, by the way, he does good work on commentary. I always like Stuart on commentary. He pointed out Sugera is 5-0 in singles matches against Inamura. I didn't know that when I did the review last week of the Hype Korakuen. Why the fuck did they have Inamura pin him in the Hype tag match? Wouldn't you want to tell the story that he can't beat this guy? That makes even less fucking sense. They had him beat a guy he could never beat before he faced him in a title match? What? Very bizarre. Very bizarre booking. The match starts. Sugera's like, the Team 2000X looks to interfere, but Sugera's like, no, I want to face him one-on-one honorably. I was like, yeah, that's not going to last. But he did do it there. But unfortunately for Sugera, this match had no fucking heat at all and was quite boring. So this, I think, was coming back to the the Budokan disease, where the Naito fans don't really give a shit about Inamura, and the match was boring, and nobody was reacting. They did get into it later, I will say. So you can't say they weren't into him later, but they were not into it at all early. But then Team 2000X brings out a fucking cage, and they put Inamura in the cage, and the ref starts counting. Why the fuck would the referee do a 20 count when he just saw the heels literally lock a man in a fucking cage? The ref's just like, well, I guess that's legal. 1, 2. Like, sir, you can see them lock him in a cage. And you're just like, yeah, well, if you can't get back in here, you're losing the GHC title, sir. That doesn't make any fucking sense. I know the whole thing in Japan is like, whatever happens on the outside is kind of fucking Thunderdome. So they're not just going to disqualify the heel, that Sugera, for, having them attack him on the outside. But clearly, if you have that discretion, you can also have the discretion not to do a fucking 20 count when they fucking locked a man in a cage. That might be dumber than every single house spot in history. Because why the fuck would the ref count to 20 there with a man literally locked in a cage? Clearly that's not a legal fucking maneuver, trying to lock someone in the cage, or having your friends lock someone in the cage to try to earn a count out. Kano came out to save him, though. He freed Inamura, and he put Ozawa and Yoshitatsu in the cage and took them away. Okay, then. Sure. The ref gets bumped. Sugera beats Inamura up with a chair and then hits an Olympic slam. But Inamura kicks out at 1. Now the crowd got into it. They did start chanting for him. So good for Inamura, I guess. But doesn't mean the match was good. Now, Inamura and Sugera did do a sick little slugfest, which makes you wonder why they couldn't just do that instead of all the bullshit first. And they're laying them in. And Inamura puts them away with the stupid rocking splash he does, the discharge. So the last few minutes were actually pretty awesome. Before that, this was incredibly boring. And then one of the dumbest matches I've ever watched in my life. So the last few matches saved it from like negative stars or dud. So I went with 1.25 stars. Horrible shit until the last few minutes, which saved it. But again, I really mean the last few minutes. It was even shorter amount of time than Jake and Tsuji. And Jake and Tsuji was nowhere near as bad, even when it was boring. So this was fucking horrible. Fucking horrible main event. And I am ready to fire Team 2000X out of the fucking can at this point. What the fuck are we doing with this fucking cage bullshit? This is like fucking wrestling is Looney Tunes now. Even more than House of Torture cheating, which when people call that a Looney Tunes cartoon. This actually was a Looney Tunes cartoon. It was the fucking coyote trying to use a fucking trap to trap the Roadrunner.
I was not as harsh on it as you were. I think, I don't know, maybe it's just the Shawn Michaels effect of Inamura being in NXT for a little bit, that I'm just conditioned to expect stupid shit and being able to forgive it. And so I think in my mind, I have blacked out the part with the cage. I acknowledge that it's stupid. I know that it happened, but I enjoyed the last couple minutes of the match so much because I think so highly of Takashi Sugiura that I think I was able to create enough distance where I was able to enjoy it like on a positive star scale. Yeah, it's a choice to be doing all the things with the cage and all of that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of mixed feelings when it comes to Inamura and his title run. I don't feel like it's been extremely successful. I think any good numbers that he's had have been supplemented by the Naito numbers, and I think as a standalone champion, he's under-delivered a bit. In ring, I still like him. I really like the Kaito match, and I think he's a good wrestler. It's just I don't think he's connecting as much as he should if they're trying to position him as the top guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the crowd, the Noah hardcores like him. I mean, they chanted for him here at the end when he made his comeback on Sugiura, but I don't know. It's not working for me. But whatever. The good news is, folks, because I thought this show fucking sucked pretty much. I mean, like a 3.5-star match was the highlight, and the main event was horrible. So I didn't think this was a good show at all. The good news is I got a week off from Noah because I'm not watching along with the Junior Tag League. I don't care. So we're not going to be back with Noah for 2 weeks. Noah's coming back on for the March 1st Korakuen. So 2 weeks from now, I'll be talking about that. But yeah, I do get a week off from Noah at least. It sounds like you didn't dislike the show as much as I did, but it didn't sound like you were that into it either. So,
I thought there were elements of Sugiura and Inamura that I liked. Noah's never going to be what I want them to be, even though they're close. It's just I don't know that they're ever going to connect with exactly what I want.
So coming up, like I said, 2 weeks from now, we'll talk about the March 1st Korakuen. That show will have the finals of the Junior Tag Tournament. The first and second place teams face off in that final. We also have a pair of tag matches, Naito and Ryusei against Manabu Soya and one of the rookies. Which one is this? I think it's the MMA dude. Let me just confirm. Yes, I believe that is correct. The Hiroto Surya. And then the other one is Yuto Koyanagi and Shuji Kondo against Bushi and Angel Reyes or Anno Reyes. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I'm sorry. But I think that would probably indicate Kondo is going to be Soya's partner if they haven't officially said that, which they might have. So there you go. Soya and Kondo, Naito and Bushi. That's kind of cool, I guess. Although it's not listed on their website for the Yokohama Budokan show, so maybe not. I don't know. Yokohama Budokan on March 8th. So in the post-match of this, Kano finally was able to be nominated by Inamura as his next challenger, which he's been trying to do since the show I was at on the 1st, before Team 2000X kept interrupting and taking the shot. But this time, since he put them in a cage, they was finally, but again, Looney Tunes, they were finally able to book this match. So yes, on March 8th, Yokohama Budokan, we have Yoshiki Inamura versus Kano for the GHC title. The only other match we have booked so far is Kaito Kiyomiya against Galliano, which I believe is like a goodbye match for him. It sounds like he's leaving and going to probably WWE AAA. I don't know if that's actually confirmed yet, but
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Because it's the subtitle is "See You" in Spanish. So, but yeah. So he's leaving. So that'll be it for Galliano. But yeah. So he's gonna go join his brother in WWE AAA, I guess. I can't say I'm that excited for either of those matches. I hope Kano wins, for the love of God.
I think he will.
You think he will? I hope so.
I mean, that's the natural payoff to the bit. He never challenges and he keeps getting cut off and keeps getting cut off, and then he finally challenges. So like he's got to win.
You'd think. I mean, I don't know where else they go from here, really, if he doesn't. So.
Yeah. And they've kept Kano as the wall for the young guys, quote unquote. So it would make sense.
Yeah. So we'll see. That's Yokohama. It'll be interesting to see how that draws. Let me see what ticket sales are looking like. Yokohama Budokan Please load for me, Noah website. This episode's long enough already. Come on. Okay, on E+, they are... See more. Here we go. Oh my god, why does this site take so fucking long to load anything? Yeah, everything's available. Arena S, Arena A, then the stand and arena tiered seats are all normal availability. So would not indicate a fast moving tickets when the show is only 2 weeks away. But just let me see if Lawson's any better, because sometimes Lawson are ahead of the other ones. I don't know why it went to that one by default. Lawson ticket. Yeah, Lawson does have few remaining for Arena S and Arena tiered seats. So that's something, I guess. It's Arena A and stand are normal. So, but yeah, it doesn't look like a hot ticket or anything. I guess we'll see what number they ultimately do. All right. Moving over to All Japan. Only 2 promotions left, folks, when we're 3.5 hours in. No one's surprised at this point. All Japan Excite Series 2026. This show did 1,135 fans. I didn't check actually how that pretty much seems what they've been doing compared to recently. This show took place yesterday on the 15th. It's opened with an opening ceremony for their junior tag tournament, which unlike the Noah one is just single elimination. Which maybe I'll actually keep up with this one. I don't know. I can't say this show made me want to fucking dive into All Japan, as we'll get to.
Really? I thought it was a good show.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah.
I mean, there was some good stuff, but there was a lot of boring stuff too, I thought. Kengo Mashimo beat Shota Kofuji in the opener. There was I don't know if this happened to you. So first of all, I don't know if you watched this live like I did if you watched it after the fact. But there was some weird static noise during the opening match for some reason, along with the sound being kind of low in general. I was like, what is going on, All Japan? They did seem to fix it. And then the video did also start weirdly skipping and pausing too. But that might have been me. That might have been the streaming thing I was using to stream it to my TV. But yeah, besides the distracting audio-visual issues, I thought this was okay for a little opener. I mean, 2 3/4. It was only 6 minutes long. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't have any streaming issues or anything like that with it. I actually thought the production was really good. I liked the frame rate that All Japan shot this in. It was a higher frame rate, so it just made everything feel really smooth. But yeah, no, I didn't have any issues with the stream. And
were you watching it back live or watching it after the fact?
I watched after the fact.
Okay, so that might be why.
This afternoon,
that might be, yeah. What anything about the match?
No.
Yeah, it was a 6-minute opener. Then we had Go Shiozaki, Shotaro Ashino, Zion, and Odyssey. Actually, you know what? When I'm thinking of negative, I don't think the show was that bad. The show was probably just average. But the Champion Carnival announcement is what made me more negative of All Japan than anything, which we'll get to. Anyway, Go Shiozaki, Shotaro Ashino, Zion, and Odyssey defeated Hokuto Omori, Takashi, Aizawa #1, and Jack Kennedy. It was Zion beating Hokuto in 6:04, the diving headbutt. This was fine, chaotic little flying around 8-man. I mean, they barely had time to do anything, but what they did I thought was fine. There was this funny spot where Hokuto ended up all by himself after Havoc took the rest of them out and started trying to. And Hokuto's like, okay, shit, I'm quartered. I'll try to do the Havoc call with them, and he starts trying to do it with them, and they actually did it with him at first, but then they all just beat him up. So that was kind of funny. And they're doing this gimmick now where he's weak or whatever. And they're really pushing how weak he is. So, I thought it was which I guess might be why he's not in the Champion Carnival to get to that. But yeah, fun little 6-minute match with a funny sequence at the end. So I went 3 stars. Thought it was fine.
Yeah, I thought the vibes were really good in this. I mean, Havoc has been a really overact, despite whatever limitations some of the members, hint, hint, Champions Carnival announcement, hint, hint, maybe. So, but yeah, I thought it was cute. I thought it was a fun little establishing kind of match that Havoc just got to shine in.
Then we had Musashi, Yuka Miyamoto, Kota Sekifuda, and Toshiyuki Sakuda, defeating Dan Tamura, Hikaru Sato, Seki Yoshioka, and Yuya Susumu. It was 7:39. Sakuda, who's a big Japan guy, he beat Hikaru Sato. So the theme of this match was like 8-man tag, but all these guys are in the Zennichi Junior Tag Tournament, they're just not in tournament matches on this show. Okay, so this is going along with like whatever until the Big Japan Junior Sakura brings a fucking electric saw in the ring, and I'm like, what the fuck? But then he just gives it to Musashi, who then gets yelled at by the ref in the corner as he tries to take it from him. And I'm like, this makes no sense. First of all, why did Sakura do this to his own partner? Second of all, why did Musashi? Because I think he did it to his own partner, right? It was Sakura who did it to Musashi? I think.
Yes.
So why would he do that? Second of all, why would Musashi not just let the ref take it off his arm instead of acting all fucking freaked out and like arguing with him? Just fucking be like, yeah, I don't want to electric saw, take it off my arm. Why would he fucking like make this take longer? Like, this was so fucking stupid. And it wasn't like they were trying to sell that he was in on it, because Sakura did this so he could hit, he used a chair basically, but it felt like eons. Like, what the fuck? So stupid on multiple levels. Even if he was supposed to be on it, it was still fucking stupid. But the way Musashi was selling it, I don't think he was actually just trying to distract the ref so his partner could hit the guy with the chair. I think he actually was like, oh, what's going on with this saw? So, really, really stupid. And it made me, I hated this spot so much, I went 2 stars for the match. So, bad match.
How long was it again? What was the total run time? It
was like 7:39. So, most of the match was that fucking spot, it felt like.
I was going to say, Musashi was probably arguing with the ref for about 6 minutes out of that 7 with the saw. I mean, if you can overlook that, like, there was a lot of incompetent refs in Korakuen Hall over the last week. And this was definitely close to the most egregious that there was.
The cage was still worse.
Which was
the cage was still. How do you just start a 20 count with the champion locked in a cage by 2 other people?
Okay, I see that, and then I raise you the Senior Saito tag match later on in the show where there was about 25 low blows in front of the referee.
Okay, well, the referees in Korakuen Hall did not cover themselves in glory. That is for sure. Over this weekend, did they do anything stupid on Stardom and Tokyo Joshi? Can't remember anything really. Oh, what's his name? Daichi let Fukigen hit people with a paper fan. That looks like nothing compared to the rest of this, but that was also pretty kind of stupid.
Yeah, fair. I don't think there was anything on the Tokyo Joshi show outside of like the triple team on Miyu Yamashita, or the quadruple team on her for several.
GLEAT, the ref gets bombed to the main event, but I don't think that's just standard. So yeah, so the least dumb is probably GLEAT, which is kind of funny.
I don't know. There were a lot of low blows in front of the referee.
That's true, actually. That's actually true. I don't know. Tokyo Joshi's the only non-stupid referee, I guess. And hitting with a paper fan doesn't look that bad in comparison to all this other stuff. Match number 4, Suwama Hideki Suzuki, who are challenging for the tag titles next week, and Daisuke Sekimoto is challenging for the TV title. They defeated the champions they're challenging. Or is Sekimoto the champion? I can't remember.
I think so. I think he's part of it.
Yeah, Sekimoto's the champion. Yeah, Sekimoto's defending the title against Kuma Arashi. So yeah, it's 2 challengers and champion against 2 champions and challenger. But yes, they beat Ren Ayabe, Talos, and Kuma Arashi. It was Hideki pinning Ayabe or beating Ayabe via referee stop in 7:43 with a sleeper. This was a match that happened. 2.5 stars.
It was, and I feel like Ayabe might be slightly better just due to exposure to Talos, because Talos is so fucking good.
I don't think Talos is. I wouldn't say Talos is that good, but he's okay. Ayabe is like, yeah, he's getting better, I think. But
Talos is like what Kevin Nash would have been in like 1995 if he was trained by Kane from like 2003. Like the prime years of both tall guys. He's like the embodiment of that to me.
Okay. I think he's all right. But yeah, I don't think he's like anything that great. Hideki. Oh, apparently, by the way, they reformed Evolution, the stable, not the promotion, because it's both now, I guess. After in the post match, so I guess it's Hideki, Suwama, Hikaru Sato, and I think there was somebody new, but I can't remember who it was now. Maybe Tachibana? I don't know. Who cares? As Gato would say, who care? Hideki went on a sleeper rampage after the match. He put both Talos and Ayabe in it, which greatly amused Suwama, and that was more entertaining than the actual match, to be honest. So, okay, we have the Champion Carnival entrance announcements after this match. I'm going to read off this list, which I swear to God is real. Rei Saito, Kento Miyahara, Go Shiozaki, Hideki Suzuki, Jun Saito, Ryuki Honda, Ren Ayabe, Yuma Anzai, Zion, Odyssey, Talos, Cyrus, Kuma Arashi, Kengo Mashimo, Daisuke Sekimoto, and Madoka Kikuta. So we don't know the blocks yet. We don't know the exact blocks. The field has been reduced overall from 18 to 16. The names who were in last year that are not in this year, there were two who are always going to be out, which were Mike DeVecchio and Angel Blanc, because they signed with the Fed, so they're gone. Takashi's not in it, I mean, he's over, but he's not very good, so understandable. Yuma Ariyagi's not in it. Now, his suspension is supposed to be up in a few weeks, I believe, so I thought they might go the X route with him, where they announce an X and then he ends up being him, but maybe his punishment's going to go longer, and they didn't want to put him straight back in the Champion Carnival. Okay. Davey Boy Smith Jr.'s not in it. I'm not crying any tears over that one. But why the fuck are Hokuto Omori and Shotaro Ashino not in this tournament? Ashino would be like maybe the third or fourth best wrestler in this tournament, minimum. Hokuto, I get he's not everyone's cup of tea, but he's over and he's funny and he can actually wrestle when he actually tries to do serious stuff sometimes. And he'd be better than a lot of fucking names who are in this fucking tournament. I guess they're selling this thing where he sucks now or whatever, and that's the whole story. But like, oh my God, like not having Hokuto really drains my own personal want for wanting to watch this stuff. Shotaro, I think, has a leg injury or something, and maybe he's missing it just to try to heal it or something. But oh my God, him not being in this tournament really drains me from wanting to watch it more. Just like that, like, who do I want to watch in this tournament? Yuma Anzai, Ryuki Honda, Kento Miyahara. I guess Kikuta, he was really good in it last year. He was better in it than he's been in Dragon Gate a while, to be honest. That might be it. Mashimo was pretty good last year. Sekimoto's so old and like kind of broken down at this point. I don't know if putting him back in a champion. The new names are Go, Odyssey, Talos, Cyrus, and Sekimoto. Odyssey and a Champion Carnival. That sounds fucking brutal. I knew it was going to happen, but Jesus Christ. I don't know. I guess I'm still going to watch and cover it for the show, but if I back out, nobody's allowed to get mad at me because this lineup looks horrible.
The only name that there's one name, Odyssey, I'm not a big proponent of. And then Cyrus, I'm like 50-50 on. But like, I don't know. I feel fairly confident in Sekimoto. At least in the tag match on the show tonight, I thought he was good. I've liked what I've seen from him lately. I felt like it was fairly solid overall. So if you need anybody to cover the Champions Carnival, I might be watching it.
Okay. It might be me and God only knows if anyone else is going to actually try to put themselves through. Because I didn't think last year's tournament was very good. So basically, that's where I'm coming from this, where they're taking out multiple people I thought were good last year and replacing them with people who I'm not sure are going to be good, or I'm quite sure are going to be bad in the case of Odyssey. I mean, Go Shiozaki, he's old too. I mean, he can deliver, but I don't know. He's old and beaten down too. I don't know if he's going to deliver. I mean, especially like these round robins are grind. I mean, I think there's a universe where we get a bunch of 2.5 star stuff from Go and Sekimoto. Even if they do have their highs, I think they're going to have their lows too. So I don't think they can be looked at to carry a round robin at this stage of their careers. So I guess we'll see.
I agree, but also all Go has to do is just chop. If he just stops taking bumps and just chops people for 10 minutes a night, I will be content.
Jun Saito and Yuma Anzai defeated Kento Miyahara and Ryuki Honda. Saito pinned Honda in 9:29 with the Psycho Break. This is another one of my big problems with this promotion is they refuse to ever push Honda, and I don't understand why when he's probably like my favorite wrestler in the company at this point. I mean, this was like the first exciting wrestling I thought of the entire show to this point, where Jun Saito and Ryuki Honda had a very fun exchange at the end of their match. Unfortunately, it was over way too quick with Jun pinning Honda with a choke slam. Nothing else in the rest of this match was very interesting, so I went like 3 stars for the whole thing. It was fine, but the highlight was definitely the end with Jun and Honda. So, and Honda never gets pushed in this company. So he makes it to the finals of tournaments and he fucking loses. That's his whole deal.
That's because he's going to win the Royal Road this year.
Yeah, I believe it when I say it, honestly. You didn't have any thoughts on this match?
I thought it was really good. And to me, I feel like Jun Saito has improved so much. Like, he's a really good wrestler now. I think his presence is just great. And I'm kind of excited for Jun and Miyahara. I don't think Jun should win, but I think it'll be a better match than what we've seen from the two so far.
I guess we'll see. I don't share your excitement, but we'll see. I thought their match at Oda World last year was pretty bad. So, we'll see what they do this year. Because that match took place while I was in Japan last April or March or whatever it was. When I was in Kansai, so I couldn't go. And at first I was like, oh, that kind of sucks. I can't go to All Japan at Oda World. But then I watched that match and I was like, I'm kind of glad I missed this because it wasn't very good at all. Now the show picks up though. The last 2 matches, to a degree. I'm not saying this is nothing you have to run out and see, but it's definitely the best 2 matches, of the show. So both of these end Nichi Junior Tag Festival. First of all, Ryo Inoue and Mochizuki Jr. defeated Naruki Doi and Senor Saito. It was Inoue pinning Saito in 17-18. Or actually beat him, I think, with a neck lock. So, no, he cradled him. It was he cradled Doi. I'm sorry, I had it completely wrong. Yeah. He cradled Doi for the pin in 17-18. So Doi worked the vast majority of this match for his team, which is definitely a good thing because Senor Saito is Masada, and he was not even good even before he was old and fat. And things were multiple steps slower whenever he got in the ring. And like you say, he did many low blows in this match. It was pretty much his all contribution. Doi at one point gave Mochizuki Jr., who's a Dragon Gate guy, he rolls. He gave him a Doi 5s onto the apron to the floor. That was a ridiculously sick spot.
It looked insane.
Yeah, definitely spot of the night. The crowd was behind Inoue here. They were chanting for him. He was left alone with Mochizuki Jr. officially dead. But he manages to cradle Doi when he's charging him with a Bakatari sliding kick for the win. This blew away the rest of the show at this point. It was 3.5 stars. I couldn't go higher because Masada's that bad. But if you take him out, it would have been a great match. So definitely blew away the rest of this card at this point.
I went a little bit higher. I went about 4 stars on it. If you can overlook all the low blows and the blatant interference and just chicanery in front of the referee, I thought, it was really good. That bump on the apron was insane. I thought he was injured after that. I haven't seen a lot of Mochizuki Jr., but I thought he looked fantastic in this. Everybody was giving it their all. I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Mochi Jr. is great. One of the reasons to watch Dragon Gate these days. I mean, there's more than a few, but he's definitely one of the highlights. Main event: Atsuki Aoyagi and Rising Hayato defeating Fuminori Abe and Seigo Tachibana in 23-52. It was Aoyagi pinning Tachibana with the Firebird Splash. I mean, this was a good match. The problem was, I thought it was just very boring early, and it was they include like this wander around Korakuen sequence that felt like it was endless with nothing happening. If you love guys walking around in headlocks, then you're gonna love that. But other than that, if you don't like that, then it's like that kind of. I feel like All Japan is like practically trademarked this like boring wackiness for the sake of wackiness at this point, and it just it just didn't work at all. It picked up, and Aoyagi did a good job selling his leg, and there was a really good closing stretch. It was very hard hitting. So by the end of it, I went 3.5 for the whole thing. It got good enough for me to feel comfortable going that. It just went too long. I would not have given these guys 24 minutes. They did not fill the time good enough for me to go like 4+ or anything. But yeah, these top 2 matches, not must watch, but they were definitely the best 2 matches on the show. That is for sure.
I feel like the top two matches on this show were higher than most of what we watched outside of the top stuff on the New Beginning. I thought
you liked it more than I did then, yeah.
Yeah.
You want like 4 on this, I guess?
Round 4, yeah.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Overall, I mean, I guess I was more... the show itself was okay. I guess I was more negative on it than you. I thought the top two were good. It's not like I hated it. I definitely liked it more than Noah's show this week. But yeah, the Champion Carnival lineup, I was like, Jesus Christ, why am I covering that? Next week, we have Oda Ward Gym, the Excite series, Monday, February 23rd. So it's a Monday show of exactly a week from today, a little less than a week for most of you listening to this. It's a 2 o'clock start. So if you're around on Sunday at midnight, you can watch it live because Monday is a holiday in Japan. Let's play What is the Holiday in Japan Now? Because their holidays are kind of funny. Monday, February 23rd in Japan holiday. It is the Emperor's birthday. Tenno Tanjobi. So this is the only holiday that changes because, you know, when there's a new emperor, we get a new emperor's birthday. But yeah, that's the holiday on Monday. Celebrate the emperor's birthday by watching a bunch of wrestling because there's a bunch of wrestling shows next Monday. The show opens with Ryuki Honda against Hokuto Omori. I mean, that might be my most anticipated match of the show. I'm not even kidding. I love both guys. So I doubt it'll get that much time, but I'm looking forward to that one. We have a 6-fan tag, Yuma Anzai, Rising Hayato, Atsuki Aoyagi against Fuminori Abe, Kengo Mashima, Ryo Inoue. It could be good, I guess. Daisuke Sekimoto defends the Giora TV title against Kuma Arashi. Rei Saito's return match, that's cool. And Makoto Oishii, oh my, where the fuck did he come from? Didn't even know he was still wrestling. Former DDT wrestler. I mean, where the fuck is he wrestling these days? Let's see. Makoto Oishii. He's been wrestling in 2AW this year. Wow. Only 2 bookings in all of 2026 so far. He had a 2AW title shot against someone named Takuru Nikki at their big Chiba show at the end of January. And but he did do some appearances in DDT last year. But yeah, he doesn't wrestle that often anymore. He only did 37 matches last year, so he's like semi-retired after he did 103 in 2024. But yeah, he's on this show though. So it's Rei Saito, Naruki Doi, Senor Saito, and Makoto Oishii. Rei Saito, I think I called him Ren Saito by accident. Rei Saito finally returning after he's been out a very long time. I think like since September, right? His last match was, even longer than that, August 3rd. Wow. It's been a really long time. It's been like, 5 or 6 months. But yeah, Saito, Doi, Masada, and Makoto Oishii against Goshi Ozaki, Shotaro Ashino, Zion, and Odyssey. I'm glad to see Rei back. He's always been my favorite Saito brother. So see how that goes. Zennichi Junior Tag Tournament first round. Dan Tamura and Hikaru Sato against Kota Sekifuda and Toshiyuki Sakuda. Also Musashi and Shota Kofuji against Seki Yoshioka and Yuya Susumu. Former All Asia Tag partners there. Musashi and Yoshioka going at each other. Then we have the semi-main event World Tag Titles. Ren Ayabe and Talos against Suwama and Deki Suzuki. And the Triple Crown title match, Kento Miyahara going for his 5th defense against Jun Saito. Please don't let Jun Saito win this belt back. For love of God. This card doesn't do anything for me, I have to be honest. It sounded like you were more into it than me. There's nothing on this card I'm looking forward to, really, besides seeing Rei Saito return and, I guess, the opener.
I also really like Kuma Arashi. So Sekimoto versus Kuma Arashi and the main will be really good.
All right. I'm not going to bury the promotion you clearly like anymore. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
We're at 4 hours in, and Nicole's probably going to come here and yell at me any second. So let's go to GLEAT incredibly quickly. Do you usually watch GLEAT, by the way? I forgot to ask you that.
No, this was actually the first GLEAT show I've ever watched.
Okay, I mean, this was not that good. So I think
no, it wasn't.
I feel bad that I made you watch this. But yes, they announced an attendance here of only 619 people, which was down from the 682 they claimed on their last Korakuen of October 9th. This show took place on February 11th. They did the social distancing ticket setup, though, for much of the oranges, not all of it, but where they like leave 2 seats in between. I don't know why they do that, I guess because they know they're not going to sell them anyway. But yeah, GLEAT is not very good. I mean, I cover it because it's free on YouTube, and I feel like it's interesting to check in with, and no one else on earth is covering it besides me and occasionally Mike Spears and Open the Voice Gate, but let's go through it quickly here. The opener was Minoru Tanaka, Kotaro Suzuki, Ryuji Hichikata, and Ryo Aitaka losing to Junjie, Tetsuya Izuchi, Kohei Kinoshita, and Andy Wu. Junjie beat Aitaka with a rolling lariat in 7:04. Apparently, Andy Wu is getting the next G Rush title shot against Tanaka. I don't know when, but they did say that when he was introduced. I didn't see it announced on the next GLEAT Pro Wrestling card. So, deeply average opener. Can't say anyone here even made an impression on me. Just a match that existed, 2.5 stars.
Exactly.
Match number 2 was Soma Watanabe, Block Andromeda, and X, who ended up being Ryoto Hama, defeating Takanori Ito, Andy Panda, and Venvert Jack. It was Andromeda using a split leg moonsault on Panda. Panda. I don't know why I said Panda. Panda. Hama, I haven't seen him in so long because I never watched Big Japan. Just never, ever. But he actually looks even fatter than I remembered. A quick check of his cage match indicated he hasn't wrestled that much, or he doesn't wrestle that much anymore. So he had consistent 100-plus match years from 2016 through 2019. Then he wrestled 42 matches in 2020. He's been in the 20s every other year in the 2020s, including just 24 last year and now 2 so far this year, counting this match. So, it looks like he has difficulty walking at this point, so I guess that's why. Venvert Jack, who looks like he weighs maybe 120 pounds or something, thinking he can suplex Ryoto Hama, might make him the most delusional person in wrestling history. It's funny that you brought up the Hurricane before, because he had a better chance of giving King and the Undertaker a double choke slam. Or you brought up Kane before, not the Hurricane. But the Hurricane, he had a better chance of giving Kane and the Undertaker a double choke slam back in the day than Ryoto Hama had of getting suplexed by Venvert Jack here. There were some nice dives to the floor, though, by all the indie guys, including an impressive springboard shooting star from Mr. Delusional Venvert Jack. And Andromeda pinned the Panda with a very nice high moonsault after Hama hit him with the giant running ass in the corner. I thought this was fine. Got Hama's freak show appeal and then some nice high flying. 3 stars.
I actually really, really like this match. It was just a blend of like everything I enjoy in wrestling, because everyone was such a distinctive character. Like what we talked about with Jake Lee, Ryoto Hama, there only needs to be one Hama, but I love the fact that there's a Hama. Black Andromeda was also really good. I really like their stuff. And then Andy Panda and Venvert Jack were really good too. So yeah, like the high flying and stuff was awesome in this match. So yeah, I went like 3.5 stars. Like I thought it was really, really fun. Just a very like what in the world is going on? Like just random like Fire Pro mashup that I thought was just like great in a nutshell.
Match number 3, we had Gleato MMA, grappling. Yu Iizuka versus Carl Uno went to a 10-minute time limit draw. I don't give a fuck about MMA. I'm not a fan. I used to watch a little bit of Pride way back in the day. I probably haven't watched any in like 20 fucking years. This is not my thing. I don't even know what the rules were here, I guess, besides no striking. I assume this was real because the UWF matches, where their work shoots, they call UWF. I assume this was a real fight. Mike Spears informed me beforehand, like I already mentioned him before from Open the Voice Gate, they always send Iizuka to get his ass handed to him in these MMA matches, which made it really funny when he came out wearing a shirt that says, quote, "Hold my own" on the back. It's like he's just trying to hold his own, folks. But hey, he did hold his own. They just grappled a 10-minute draw. I don't know why they bother with this stuff. At least the UWF matches are at least worked, and at least they're more entertaining. But I don't know. Whatever.
Done.
I wasn't even going to rate it. It's not a match. Takahiro Yamamura beat Jack Cartwheel in 9:43 with a super kick. As I mentioned when I briefly previewed this card a couple weeks ago, apparently Yamamura was also DJing before the show. And judging by the stuff I heard before the show, he really likes the Arcade Fire, which, I mean, that's cool, buddy. I like the Arcade Fire, too. They're a cool band. Although they got canceled for something, didn't they? They're like pro-Israel or something? I don't know.
Oh, no. I hope not. I like
Cartwheel weirdly I feel bad now if they're not actually pro-Israel when I said that. But Cartwheel weirdly started selling... Okay. You're gonna clear their name if they didn't. They are not pro Itsuo. Cartwheel weirdly started selling that he's blind or something at some point. I thought that looked very strange. That was weird. It was fine as a spot fest, I guess, besides some weirdness and some sloppy landings at times. But also for a match that only went less than 10 minutes, it dragged a bit to me. I was kind of happy when it was finally over. So I was like 2 3/4. It was all right. Did we just solve the mystery?
I have news that's even better than that match.
Okay.
Article from CNN on May 27th, 2021 says musicians, including members of the Roots and Arcade Fire, signed letters supporting Palestinians. Okay. We're fucking back. Hell yeah.
So what were they canceled for then? Oh, well, that would be worse.
Oh, no.
Arcade Fire's Win Butler accused of sexual misconduct.
Ah, damn it.
I knew they were canceled to something. Arcade Fire's Win Butler accused of sexual misconduct by multiple women. Frontman responds. Womp womp.
Damn. I really liked it.
I shouldn't say womp womp for sexual misconduct. I'm sorry, everybody, but like they indeed were canceled. Anyway. It's a horrific thing, and I hope he is held to account if it's true. Match number 5, Michiko, Chanyota, and Aoi defeating Yuna Manase, Riara, and Marika Kobashi. Here is your GLEAT Joshi match. Michiko won the match with a spinning style tombstone power driver on Riara. 5 of these people I know already, and I think I've talked about them on the show before, so no need to introduce them to the listener either. But Riara is new to me. So she's apparently a 36-year-old freelancer. She's only been wrestling since 2023. Seems like she spent the most time in Marigold last year, but hasn't appeared there since May. Only 2 matches on Cage Match so far this year. This one and a match for PPP Tokyo. But yeah, this doesn't get much time to be much of anything at all besides deeply average, so 2.5. But hey, if you want to see a good Aoi match, check out her and... God, what the fuck was her partner's name now? Hisoka, I think is her partner's name. They are free on YouTube, just like this show. You can watch the JTO show from the 15th, where the 2 of them, which we're not reviewing because we're out of time, but the 2 of them won the girls' tag titles from Tomoka Inaba and Rhythm. That was quite a good match. And Aoi is a name searcher, apparently, because I put her over as like, how great is she? And I don't understand how she's better than like 80% of US TV wrestlers, I think, even though she only wrestles in front of 80 people a lot of the time. And she liked the tweets, even though I didn't tag her. So I made Aoi smile for half a second, so I'm happy. Or at least hit a button on a screen. But yeah, this was, average match, 2.5 stars. I don't know if anybody stood out to you here, but trust me that Aoi's awesome, even though she got no time to show it here.
Yeah, there was a weird spot early on where I forget who it was in the ring with Yuna Manase, but they went to go hit the ropes, and Yuna was like supposed to grab them, it looked like, and she didn't. But then like the person stopped as if like their leg was being pulled on anyway.
Oh yeah. I remember.
Yeah, and then they turned around and like kicked Yuna and then ran and hit the ropes. Which was weird because like I watch a lot of Ganbare and I like Yuna Manase, and she's one of the better wrestlers at Ganbare. And so like whatever happened, like the miscommunication, I was just like, oh, it's not very indicative of like how things usually are with her. So
then we had match number 6, which was T-Hawk and Hayato Tamura defeating So Daimonji and Shigehiro Irie. It was T-Hawk pinning Irie in 13-15. So this was match of the night pretty easily for me. Just a lot of big dudes running into each other. Always appreciate that. Like at one point early on, Daimonji and Tamura exit the ring just so they can have more room to run and charge each other. That was cool. I like the T-Hawk and Tamura being like these ex-rival partners, just slap each other in the face sometimes too. But yeah, it slowed down a few times, but I thought was reasonably action-packed. The final stretch was super exciting. The only annoying thing, this happened in Shinjuku Phase 2. There's this one annoying GLEAT fan who fucking always yells for T-Hawk and tries to get these chants started when no one else joins in. You just hear one guy going, T-Hawk, 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 but he never stops. I'm like, buddy, take a hint. The chant's not picking up. But yeah, T-Hawk, he pulled off the same finish I've seen him do multiple times now, where he takes someone's finisher, in this case, a beast bomber from Irie, then just rolls over and pins him, which is kind of cool. I like it. I like it as a little signature counter from him. But I don't know why Irie had to make a bunch of NXT shocked faces afterward, but whatever. I won't judge them on that. 3.5 star for the match. Good match.
So did you not watch, like, you didn't watch any of the post-match after that?
I did. T-Hawk and Tamara, like, recruited Irie to team with them.
Okay, so what I took that to mean is Irie's, like, shocked faces. What I interpreted that as was that he was laying down for that pin.
Oh.
I like totally off base with that?
Yeah, because, like, I didn't think that was it, but I could be wrong. Who knows?
See, I didn't have any context going into this because I'd never watched a GLEAT show before, so I didn't want to, like, judge this on anything. But on my first watch, I was like, oh, this is a really terrible finish, because Irie was doing the, like you said, the whole, like, NXT face of, like, oh no, I got pinned. I wasn't expecting that. And then he aligns with the heel stable. So
they're not heels, though.
Okay, well,
Daimonji's the heel.
Well, they wear black shirts, so I can be forgiven for assuming that they're heels.
No. Well, I think you're confusing people. Maybe T-Hawk and Tamura are not in Black Generation International. Daimonji is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to process that match, because it seemed like Irie worked, like, the whole thing competitively, and then at the end was like, no, this was.
I think he was doing NXT shocked face because he was shocked he got pinned after the Beast Bomber. That's all. I don't think it was meant to be that for the match, but yeah.
I like your interpretation better than what I thought the first time I watched it.
But I mean, to be fair, you thought they were heels, so I get it. T-Hawk, Tamura, and Irie are going to form a new trio, big dude trio now, which I'm into that. So. We'll see what that. I mean, T-Hawk and Tamura are the coolest thing in the promotion, really. So, match number 7, the G Infinity tag titles. Kaito Ishida and Kazuma Sakamoto defeat Arashi and JD Lee. This was the Black Generation International versus Black Generation International match. Sakamoto pinned JD with a half package pile driver in 13:36 to make the second successful defense for the champions. So JD, after joining this group on the last show, in an angle that didn't really make any sense, as we talked about on that episode. He has a totally different look now with the blonde hair and a tiny little cross on his face, because he's a bad man now, and I guess that's what bad men do. I thought it was all right. It kind of alternated between boring and then, like, random little bursts of excitement when we get some dives or something. Just not a lot of connective tissue in between, if that makes sense. It kind of dragged a little bit for a match that only went 13.5 minutes, but, it was like 2 3/4. It was all right.
Well, the match time that I got off a cage match says 19:36.
Oh, maybe I don't know if cage match wrong, or is this website I'm using wrong? Maybe that's why it dragged to me.
I was going to say that would explain why it dragged if it was actually that long.
Yeah.
To me, it was the best thing on the show. I really liked the action.
Okay. Well, it's okay. It's good to have guests who don't disagree with me all the time. Give the listener another take. It takes, like, this tag title match might have been good, and All Japan might not be dog shit. It's good. Ledet UWF title. Katsuhiko Nakajima defeated Shinya Aoki in 9:17 with a guillotine sleeper to make his 7th successful defense. This is pretty good. I mean, the problem with it was the mat work at the start, I thought, was a little boring. Just didn't really do much when they were going back and forth in the leg lock before they finally made the ropes. I'm glad they just played that on the screen, by the way. I wasn't sure if they did the point system, because I think at some point they didn't, but I guess they do now. I mean, again, I went a long time without watching GLEAT when it was behind the paywall, so it could have been something they added when they was behind the paywall. But yeah, there was like some really hard strikes before we went back to submissions, with Aoki maneuvering nicely from the mat into a standing front neck lock, and then taking him back to the mat in a guillotine. Nakajima was able to stand up and power him straight into a Northern Lights bomb. Very impressive looking counter. Then gets his own sleeper on, and Aoki taps. So yeah, it felt very abrupt, which can happen a lot in these UWF style matches. But I went like 3 1/4. I couldn't really go higher, given I thought it wasn't that long. I thought the first half was pretty boring, but the end was really good. So
yeah, I just wish they had done more time, and I wish it had just been a regular match that was 15 minutes long.
The main event for the GRX Championship, El Lindaman defeated Shaman Yuki Kawakami in 1845 with a Tiger Suplex hold to make his fourth successful defense. The GRX title, of course, being their world title. People don't know. I thought this was very slow and boring. The Shaman just slowly pounding on Linda for what felt like forever with a completely dead crowd. It felt like it went on and on and on. Now, they did improve when they started just hitting each other and throwing each other around, including a very impressive looking backdrop suplex from Linda on a much bigger man. But just as I was getting into it, Brass Knuckles June ran in. Kawakami's partner in the Anti-GLE Monsters. And he just kind of, it was weird running because it like felt like the ref should have been able to see him, but he kind of hit Lindaman and then also bumped the ref at the same time. Just very weird. Then he tossed a bunch of chairs in the ring. Kawakami superplexed him on it and then powerbombed him on it for good measure. Linda did reverse a second, like a fire thunderbomb or whatever it's called, into a Rana, which took him into the chair pile and left both of them down. But then Linda hit a snap German arm a bit later, but then June just pulls the ref out of the ring and attacks Lindaman. But then we get the heel holds the baby face and Kawakami, and then the other heel accidentally hits his buddy. And then Yamamura runs in for the save, and then Linda hits a German and a Tiger suplex for the pin. Boring for a long time. Finally got good for a second, and then went into silly running mode. So 2 1/4, below average match. Not like we definitely had worse stuff on this episode, but it wasn't very good.
I really liked Lindaman fighting from underneath. I thought he did a great job as an underdog babyface. I think I enjoyed the work in the match probably more than you did, but I think the incompetence of the ref really took me out of it, which, as we've talked about, there was a lot of that on the show. I don't think this was the most egregious, but it's up there. It's in the upper third of terrible reffing. The people that don't like House of Torture, I feel like this is what they see every time there's a House of Torture match.
Yeah. It was not good. Afterwards, June attacked Lindaman and Yamamura, and they also turned on Kawakami and stepped on his face. Thought it was kind of funny. But yeah, he said Anti-GLE is done and he'll make his own team going forward. So everybody get ready for top heel Brass Knuckles June. Yeah, June Taisho. A guy who exists. Where the fuck did he come from again? I'm trying to remember where the fuck this guy started. Oh, he started in Wrestle 1. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. I don't remember. I have like no memory from Wrestle 1. I used to June Taisho, excuse me, not Taisho. But like, yeah, I just have no memory from that promotion. I definitely used to watch it. He was there since 2016, so he clearly made a big impression on me. Yeah, I mean, Kawakami then said he wants to return to GLEAT again. He's seemingly set free from being Shaman. He says the whole ordeal is a blur to me now. Okay, the mind control is over or whatever. And Kawakami and Lindaman close the show with a supporting call for GLEAT. So, yeah, show sucked. It took me like 5 days just to find the motivation to finish it. So, watch the T-Hawk tag match if you feel like it. It's really not like a match you have to watch. Maybe watch the tag title match too, because other John liked it more than I did, and maybe you'll like it more than I did too. But, I mean, would you recommend anything else in the show? I sure wouldn't. Oh, I guess the 6-man. Yeah, the 6-man. It's like 6 minutes with Hama. And, yeah. It was fun.
Yeah, the 6-man, the tag title match, and maybe watch the main on like 1.5 speed, and you're probably good.
Yeah. Did this make you want to fucking follow GLEAT?
I mean, I like seeing Shihiro Irie wrestle, so I might tune in for that because he's not in a lot of places these days. So
yeah. So coming up for GLEAT, we have a UWF version 8 on Sunday, March 8th. So a while till the next show. That's at Shinkiba First Ring. There's a few matches booked, I guess. And Sakura, 2 of them are women's matches. Sakura Miyashima versus Nanao Matsuhashi, and Riko Fukunaga and Marino Saihara against Yuki Naorihara and Chi Aoba. Yukin is the one who's like kind of tall from Actress Girls, and she's pretty good. So especially I liked her in this UWF match when I went to see the show at Shinjuku Face in December. So maybe I'll tune in for that. I don't know. We have T-Hawk is also going to face somebody, Kabuto Miyotomi, in a GLEAT MMA karate match. Okay. Oh, jiu-jitsu, I guess. Okay. 5 minute, one round, middleweight. Sure. Then we have a GLEAT Pro Wrestling show, Shinjuku Face on March 12th. Nothing booked according to their website. So there's nothing on the website yet. So I don't know if that match with they called Andy with the next challenger for the G Rush, but that's not on the website as it happened on March 12th. So I'm going to continue to cover them until it stops being funny, I guess. That's what we're going to do. All right, John, it's very late. What do you want to plug? Thank you, first of all, thank you for lasting till 1:11 in the morning with me. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Are we the longest non-preview episode of Omakase? Are we getting close?
No. No.
Do you remember the record?
I think Aramatha and I went like 4 hours and 40 or something. I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah, there's a longer one for sure.
Well,
plus we'll get the match of the year one went like 5 hours.
True, but that's multiple people. This is just a 1v1. This is singles match.
1v1. Yeah. Singles. That's true.
No, nothing to plug. You'll put my Instagram or whatever in there, but that's
give me the link and I'll put it in. So folks, that'll do it for us here. So next week we'll be back on. It'll be me and Snazzy. First of all, it's good that this episode was so long because you have plenty of time to listen to it, because next week's episode is going to be a few days late because there's a lot of stuff on Monday the 23rd. Because it's a holiday, as I mentioned. So I don't know how I would ever fit them all in, watching them before record at night and also work. So we're going to record a couple of days late. We're going to record on Wednesday the 25th instead. So it'll probably be out like Thursday the 26th. So yeah, this episode will be out, I assume, Tuesday the 18th. And the next one will be a little bit later. But yeah, Snazzy will be back on with me from Joshing Around. We have a bunch of shows to talk about. We have the All Japan, February 23rd Old Award, DDT, February 22nd Korakuen, Dragon Gate's big February 23rd Fukuoka show, Stardom, February 20th Story Homecoming and 21st Osaka, Marigold's February 23rd Korakuen, Ice Ribbons, February 23rd Yokohama show. We're going to cover some Ice Ribbon, which I know Snazzy loves that promotion, so I'm excited to check that out with him. And finally, Sendai Girls, February 15th show from Sendai, which of course just happened, but it's not available on VOD on Universe until the 20th, so couldn't cover it this week. But yeah, a lot of stuff coming up on that episode next week with me and Snazzy. So look forward to that. In the meantime, you can follow us on Twitter at WrestleOmakase. Wrestling, of course, would not fit. I don't know why I almost tripped over my words there. It's late, everybody. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. In the meantime, we will see you next time.
Hi, I'm Andrew Rich. And if you're like me, you look at the state of modern wrestling discourse and think, wow, what a cesspool. That's why I'm here to tell you about Music of the Mat Remix. That's right, your favorite wrestling music podcast is back with a new format, where I bring on a guest and we play songs related to wrestling-themed topics. It could be a wrestling reference, a wrestling concept, a wrestling pun, things of that nature. Now you might be saying, Andrew, that is a very, very tenuous connection to pro wrestling on a wrestling podcast network. Is this just an excuse to hang out with your friends and talk about music and ignore the rest of the wrestling landscape? Yes. Yes, it is. So listen to Music of the Mat Remix on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network, available on Apple, Spotify, or your podcast player of choice.